Gonna start.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start it. So, just as a recap,
I guess I'll close Minecraft.
oh, so from previous, just as a little recap, you guys did the thing. You got a job with Crow to pretty much like you help me, I'll help you kind of thing, and it essentially has something to do with a job that they picked up with, well, a hunt. They don't really get much into the details until you guys are already aboard the train and pretty much trapped you in the or too far in to go back now situation, and reveals how there is apparently a griffin or multiple griffins or just a griffin problem. It doesn't really describe on if it's one or more. Pretty much driving a town into drought and poverty. What once had plenty of cattle and livestock and pretty much daily, I guess, goods would be a good way to put it. Um, Slowly starts being consumed or taken off in the night.
I believe my pizza's here.
The goods part, it's questionable and up the air, but people swear that it's the griffins. The livestock, okay, that's a little bit more believable.
I'll be right back.
Okay, pausing recording.
You're what?
I resumed the
Continuing
recording.
to.
You will
Okay.
also I paused the recording because I'm not repeating myself. So after getting to the town, you realize just how far north you guys are because it is like eternal winter. Anywhere else, it's like getting to springtime, possibly moving over to summertime, and it is just drenched in snow, like 8 inches of snow on the foot right now. And you go and speak to what you assume to be what is either the mayor or person in charge of some sort. He's a person of high authority who sees overall. You turn in the receipt for the train or the iron horse, the dark horse. However, I worded it last time. I don't remember. I'm not looking it up. I want to say it's Iron Horse.
Pretty sure it was Iron Horse.
I believe it was Iron
It
Horse.
was Iron Horse, and I think there was Dark Something was another one, but I know Iron Horse was one of them.
No, Dark Horse is what I accidentally called it once, and you called me out on it because I was looking at the Mustangs that just came out that were coincidentally called the Dark Horse. So it's the Iron Horse. I vividly remember that now as soon as you brought it up. So
I thought I called you out because Dark Horse is the name of a book publisher.
I wouldn't fucking know. But anyway, um, you turn in the receipt. Uh, this individual compensates you for your travels coming into here to help out. Um, Not very helpful in terms of giving info on the incident itself as to why he's commissioning you, or even put out the thing, because he claims that the copy of the work request that Pro has is fairly old compared to what they've been putting out recently. Um, in terms of pay and compensation for completion, does not really elaborate. It does not elaborate. You've asked before and tried to pry into just getting an insight. The only thing that really gave any insight on is just that you will be handsomely compensated. Like your time will be worth it. Does not really elaborate. You don't know if it's in terms of coin items, magic items, or just reputation. He just pretty much says you'll be handsomely compensated. No elaboration. That pretty much catches up where we are now. Um, he did state that you guys do have a few days worth of time that you can roam free to pretty much gather information and try to figure out a hunt plan because after a few days, the entire town will go into what the equivalent of a lockdown due to a shipment that they believe to be coming in that is for import, and because of whatever's on that ship to be very important, they're locking down the whole city to hopefully prevent bandits. That's where we're at now.
Beautiful.
And I guess just
Welcome back, Sean.
Thank you.
I'm not repeating.
Okay, well now my pizza's actually here because I can hear the dog barking.
Down, fuckhead, down. God damn, no. Stop busting it down. Let me break it down.
I return.
Welcome back.
I am now one Papa John's pizza richer.
Here?
What?
Here?
Huh?
Here?
The fuck?
Here?
Pyro, stop getting quieter. I hate you guys.
Oh,
Hey, don't blame me.
don't hate the player. Hate the player.
I do hate the player, Sean.
Womp womp.
Which is why today's episode is sponsored by Rage Challenge.
Oh, hell no.
Alright, bye.
Damn.
Reasonable. So that's where we're currently sitting at.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do?
I believe last time our party did go to find lodging.
I don't remember this, so we're going to just say we're doing it now.
Does anyone else remember this?
Slightly.
Or was that before we left?
I know you did it before you left, and that's where you guys kind of like interacted with Crow, and Nisha pretty much like outed it, being like, "Yeah, I paid him to like join us, and then he also said we need to do a thing so he can join us." So double whammy.
Hmm.
Do that.
Great thing. Off with it.
There's a squirrel here.
So what are we doing?
I'll let you guys.
I don't know, I guess I kind of want to go see what shops there are in town.
Okay.
I think we
So-
already got to the.
So, looking around and kind of just perusing around, you can see that this town is pretty small in comparison to any other town that you've been to. Like, a majority of the housings here are primarily residential. You can see that there is one building that is dedicated to being like a farmer's market of like different fruits, vegetables, a little section that you could technically consider a butchery because they have meats of various sizes and weights on for sale. They've got a general goods store, but that's about it. You do not see a smithery. You do not see a brewery. In terms of like business and stuff.
I don't.
There's no magic shop. It's probably the most blandish town you've ever met. Let alone late
I
high
don't
school.
I'd like to go to the general goods store.
Okay. So you enter in, and compared to the outside, it's relatively warm. Pretty well lit, mostly by either the fireplace or by just basic candlelight with oil lanterns. Behind the counter,
Yogurts.
you see a female, pretty tall for her physique, a little on the slender side, pretty tall. I had to guess probably about like 6'5". You're not sure based off of the fact she's got a hood over her head, her bloodline, but she's definitely giving druid vibes just by the fact that she's got a lot of like flora on her outfit.
Well, considering she has a hood, I can probably rule out her. Wait, what's the word for tieflings in your world? Or the tiefling equivalent?
Tieflings,
Tieflings?
tieflings, just pronunciation difference mostly.
Okay. I can rule out she's likely not a tiefling because she clearly doesn't have horns with a hood up.
I don't know if I'm gonna properly rename them, but for now, tiefling doesn't really matter as long as we all know what the hell we're talking about.
Maybe
And,
her
and, it,
horns
and it
are
won't
really
matter
flat.
until I like start writing and publishing the book. So
Maybe she's
Well,
skin wise, she's fairly pale. She is a little bit on like the Caucasian side, but like fairly pale. Like she's bordering like Casper White.
elf.
Surprisingly, no. Like as you enter
burn the
behind,
knife here.
I'm just racist as shit.
but as you follow Victoria, and you know just from her facial structure, she is not an elf. But she is very tall for her physique.
Maybe her. she got it with an angle
You said
primer or something. I don't know.
she's 5'6".
6'5".
6'5". God damn.
Elf.
No, that's kind of short for an elf.
No, elves
Actually,
aren't that
average.
tall.
Actually, average.
Elves aren't that tall, as far as I remember.
But for females, that would be tall. Or
Yes.
Cool. So she's about as tall as a
Bro.
dragonborn female.
yeah, dragonkin females are typically a little taller than most humans. Males, fucking massive.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask
Bro
her if she
himself
has
is at 7 foot.
if she has snowshoes that would fit Victoria specifically.
Could you provide your boots?
What?
Could you provide your boots?
Victoria looks at me. Hey, can you help me get up there so I can put my hoof on the counter?
What'd you say?
Victoria's asking for help because she's shorter than the counter is. Or, well, she's short enough that she can't lift her leg onto the counter.
She walks up to the counter, and the only thing that this person could see is just the fucking horns poking up.
Excuse me, can I see?
Can I see? No, you can't. All you see is the wall.
Nah, buddy, you see the counter.
Am I there with you guys right now, or did we split
I'm
ways?
You could be if you wanted to. They're at the general goods store right now.
I'm actually stood like 5 feet back from the counter so I can talk to her. Without
I'll go
either
ahead
of us
and
having to crane our heads very much.
Bro, come up from behind, lift Victoria up like a child.
Victoria's gonna fucking smack Crow with her tail out of instinct for non-lethal damage, because that's not the person she has to pick her up. Because all she knows is That's not
Random
what
person.
Lucas's hand should feel like. Lucas is a cat. These do not feel
Your
like
hands
the
don't feel
paws
like
of a
that. What the
cat.
So, as you are, like, just placed on the counter, this woman, kind of, like, peers down and... You know those, like, jeweler glasses that has, like, really thick...
Yes.
Yeah, she'll take one of those and starts looking over, like, the trimming of your boot.
What boot? Victoria has hooves.
I thought you had boots on.
No, she doesn't.
I swear I could have always thought you had boots on. Alright, well, either way, she's gonna do that to your hoof then. She's gonna take out a piece of parchment, and this is pretty heavy, thick parchment. Like, she sets it on the table, and then pretty much the equivalent to like an ink stamp pad. Sets it next
Table
to
just
it.
shakes.
No, it's not that heavy. Like it's a good like what are they
It's a
called?
thicker cut of paper.
Yeah, what are they called? Is it called
It's
stock paper?
construction paper.
No,
Construction paper!
it's not construction. It's heavier than construction paper. Is it called stock paper? Is that what it's called?
No, stock paper's kind of thin. If I'm thinking correctly. Are you thinking of like what they put blueprints on, like that heavy duty shit?
It's not. It's thicker than construction paper. It's
No.
It's typically
I think
like
you are
textured.
thinking right.
It's like
I think you're thinking of stock, like card stock.
yes, cardstock. That's it.
Hmm.
So
It's not that. But,
So she'll set down like the ink stamp pad right next to the paper, and then kind of like tap her finger, like next to it. As you look down to her tapping, you notice she's got like these metal talon things that are like on her fingers, specifically her index and her middle. Like they're little metal, like armor pieces. How metal plate would like overlap each other. It's kind of like that, but shaped out to be a talon on both her middle and index finger and her right hand. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she'll just like on the ink pad.
Oh, does she want me to put my foot on it?
Yes.
Okay, Victoria's gonna put her foot on. When you mentioned the talons, I thought she was gonna use those to very carefully trace. So Victoria's just gonna put her hoof on the ink pad.
That's on the assistant's problem, not Victoria's problem.
So after you like step down on it, it's got a very velvety texture to it, and then she's gonna like using her talons like almost chopstick style, like pinch your hoof and lift it, using her opposite hand to push the pad away, move the parchment over, and press your foot down lightly just to make an indentation and an impression of your hoof, and then take the tip and start carving around your hoof while it's still on the cardboard stock.
Mm-hmm.
She's then going to lift your hoof up and then peel it off like a fucking sticky protective. And then she goes into the back, which you can see her like very easily because it's an open back way. Very similar to like someone going behind a bar kind of situation.
It's like everything's up front. There's just a counter between us and the supplies.
And then another counter between her and the front counter and then the back room. She kind
Well,
of
yeah, obviously you gotta have the second counter, so for when John's in, John can just place shit on the second counter.
So
John
She-
Shoe
she-
Cobbler.
she squats down and you see her like slide the cabinet door open, this whatever. You can't see the door, but you can see her motioning, like she's sliding the door open. And you see her take out like a good bit of leather, like it way too much for what you would need typically. And she places the cardboard stock and begins sewing the paper into the leather, and then places what you can recognize as like a metal alloy ingot, cylindrical paperweight thing. I don't know what the fuck to call it, but you know it's metal, it's cylindrical, and she's using it as a paperweight. And starts molding the leather to take shape of your hoof. And then looking back up at you and then down, she's fairly accurately making pretty much like a leather sock that would just be a simple insert. And then goes over to another section of her counter and she starts stitching something. It's like a square. It's probably a good like 6" by 6". And so it's just stitching like a web in it, like a dream catcher web. And then literally melds the string to the tanning of the leather. Try this.
Cool. During that process, what kind of check would you want for me to determine her species?
Need to open my handbook. Where is my handbook? Adventures within.
On this miniature.
No. Ability skills. You're a ranger, right? What was your favorite terrain?
Mountains.
Mountains. Okay. Go ahead and make me a basic intelligence check.
That is going to be a 7.
7.
Yeah.
She has none of the facial structure features to be an elf. She's far too tall and pale to be any kind of descendancy of human. You're really not sure on this one. Like, this is one of the few times where you're just like, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you are.
Gotcha. Cool. After I make that determination, I'm gonna go ahead and make my way around the shop, looking for basic supplies that I could use.
Yeah, they got all kinds of just basic stuff. They've got your typical, just your everyday wares, your packs, some a generous supply of like your miners and your weeks. Not your miners and weeks. What is it? Is it
Miners.
Oh boy! That's terrible.
Okay, it is miners and weeks. So
I was trying to trigger Sean to do the Starscream meme.
yeah, so miners and weeks, of healing potions, scrolls of parchment, both blank and very half-assed maps. Probably something that someone had made, dropped off, and sold for like a handful of copper, if not a silver. Nothing extraordinary. Very poorly done as well. There's some fishing gear supplies. There's some travel supplies for the snow terrain. Very, very, very basic shop. Nothing really extraordinary.
I guess I'll grab some of the fishing supplies.
Okay. Fish.
Fish orgy.
Fish jack. Is that fucking fish Jagger?
No.
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 Can you guys not hear me?
I can't now.
Now we can.
Ah. That's weird. My mic wasn't picking me up apparently.
Damn.
That's annoying. Rip some jokes.
So, after she's done making the thing, she sets it in front of you, Victoria. And, try this.
Yep. I try it on.
Slips in pretty easily, and it's a little unnerving how she just eyeballed the perfect, like, complexion of how your hoof angles into your lower leg. This thing just fits damn near perfectly. The only difference being there's like maybe a 2 centimeter gap between the leather and your actual fur.
Flesh.
But you get what I mean.
Yeah. What's... How much do I owe you?
Well, I'm assuming you want the other one, yes?
Yes. Obviously.
And does it fit? Tighter? Looser?
It's rather fine. Tiny bit loose, but that should be helpful for getting it on and off.
Starts pretty much like as it's still on you. Like, uses her talent to like split open part of the leather. And pretty much just starts punching holes in it and starts making the equivalent of like laces. About another like 4 or 5 minutes goes by, she makes the other one, slips it on. 28 silver.
28 silver? That's quite the deal. Victoria hands over a gold piece. I'll give you 10 gold as a tip for the efficiency. Or 10 silver. My brain started to go to the wrong place. I'm not playing as Gallad.
I'm not rich.
I mean, relatively, yes, but I'm not Gallad with my 5,000 platinum.
Me now curious and having to double check that fucking statement.
Where you get all this money?
No, Gallad has 5,000 platinum.
No, I know. But where do you get all the money?
Apparently I don't have Gallon sheet. Womp womp. Okay, whatever.
You also wouldn't have the correct Gallad. I'm talking about DMPC Gallad.
Well, either way. So, she pretty much just plops the gold piece into pretty much just a mason jar that's just got a collection of small coins. There's some copper, there's some silver, like even less gold pieces. Looks over to Crow. Are you purchasing those?
Oh wait, did I
Yes,
get
I
my
would love
change?
to.
20 copper.
20 copper. I gave her a gold piece for 28. Was it 28 silver per?
Yes.
Okay, I missed the per part.
My bad. Alright, so pretty much grand total, you'd be looking at 56. So you said
Okay.
10,
10 for a tip, so that's 66.
Alright, I'll deal with that.
Gonna say that It's 44 silver and change.
34.
34?
100 minus 66 is 34.
Yes, you would be correct.
Was your math not mapping?
No, it was not.
Okay,
Yeah.
so look at 20 copper.
Bro, hand over the 20 copper.
Just set it in the same mason jar. Just start dabbling with a few things that is behind the counter that she pulled the leather out of. And before long, she'll... How would I word this? I'll just word it as this. So, not out of the mason jar, but something that's under that counter, she'll start just tossing silver up onto the counter from under it. Like the fucking cartoony shit where they're trying to dig through something and they're just throwing random shit all over the place. Yeah, imagine that, but just literal silver just being tossed on the counter. So, pretty much counts out all that she needs. Takes the talon and just kind of just taps the top of the stack, and it'll just teleport in front of you, Victoria.
What teleports in front of me?
34
The silver? Okay. I take the silver and I
A
put the
bomb.
shoes on. I place a bomb on the counter. No,
I teleport in a fucking nuke.
I spawn in the theoretical Tsar Bomba that's like 5,000 megatons? Something tons. Explosive yield.
What?
But no, I take my silver, put it in my coin purse. I get off the counter. I put my shoes on.
So, trying to think of what to do in this town.
Well, as you're just like waiting outside the general goods store, just gripping your staff and kind of just observing, you begin to grow uneasy by the simple fact that no one has even acknowledged your presence. It's like you're not even there.
And
Not even the mayor, when everyone is in that room, acknowledged your presence.
and she's like you can see her arms slowly start to emerge from the sleeve. It's like, and like she's like, she starts sniffing the air.
It smells like cold.
Like ice cold.
How do you smell cold, little bro? Go touch some grass. Smells
what
cold.
grass? It's just snow.
Go find something.
Pyro misses a meme of how do you feel purple?
Motherfucker, I taste purple and hear blue.
Sean, shut up. You're in the military. You're getting experimented on. That makes sense.
So can
I'm
I?
talking about. I'm talking about that kid who fucking felt purple on a goddamn keyboard somehow.
So Pyro, can I check around, like just look around for anything? Because if I'm starting to get
what are you looking for?
Because if I start getting the creeps, I'm gonna start looking around. You know why? I know why, but they don't know why.
What are you looking for?
Anything that looks out of the ordinary.
Not really. The only thing that's really just off-putting is that statue that's in front of the main town hall. But for all you know, that's actually just the like a god or goddess that they praise.
You notice it's missing a little Sharpie mustache right on the upper lip.
It's missing.
You could be the one to put it there. Let the intrusive thoughts win, Tetra. Start the chaos. Put the Sharpie mustache on the statue. Vandalism.
With the monocle.
It's me, Shadow, the devil. I've come to convince you to sin.
So no one's noticed me. No one's paying attention to me. No one even acts like I'm there.
Correct.
So she like tries to touch somebody with her untainted arm.
So you will see someone about to walk by you. So you just hold your tentacle arm out.
Not that arm, the other arm.
Okay. So you hold rewind sounds here. So you watch as someone getting ready to walk by you. So you'll just hold your arm out. And your hand just grazed pretty much like their forearm. They'll jump back and they'll just like look around. And then just start continuing the way they were walking, like staring in the general direction that you are. But not at you.
And at that point, she's starting to become very fearful because she's like, oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah!
I'll be right back.
God damn it.
Go to the bathroom.
Damn.
Quick side note question, Pyro. Do any of our characters need to get winter gear? Or are we all dressed warmly enough?
Some of you, yes. Some of you, no. Luna, no, because of obvious reasons. Nisha, he'll just tough
He's
it out.
got that big-ass cape.
No, Luna has that.
Oh, wait, Luna's wearing his cape right now?
Oh, his jacket, yes.
I thought he had a white fluffy cape. Or, thought he had a white cloak with a fluffy collar. Sorry, I was calling it a cape.
No, so what he does is, like, Ryuga style wears his blue jacket that has a white fur collar.
Pyro, I think we fucked up and made his whole cape white by accident. Or at some point the color of the cape changed.
I'm well aware we fucked it up. I just chose not to acknowledge it because I'm not having you redo the whole fucking thing over a color.
Okay, I was gonna say, we've had models where I missed coloring something in before. It's just one of those quirks. We'll fix it on the next one.
If need be. But yeah, so
well, I was gonna say
Luna's wearing Nisha's jacket. Nisha is just toughing it out. Petra, the cold doesn't really bother her, but if they go far enough north, it will start. Pro, cold-blooded. You, arguable coin toss.
I'm a northerner. I've probably got a coat, and I'm probably used to the cold. I mean, I'm wearing a jacket already.
Bro's actually got armor of cold resistance as well.
Well, cold resistance would just half your incoming ice damage. Or does it also have a magical effect that prevents exhaustion from cold?
It does not prevent exhaustion, no.
Yeah, that's what I believe what Victoria was getting on about.
Because I remembered you said something in the Christmas one-shot.
Yes. But that's for, very severe cold cases. Like, if you're in the middle of a blizzard trying to casually stroll through the snow and tough it out.
Yeah, but also with, Bro's background come from the mountaintop he would have the gear to help fend off the cold more than just his armor, like plenty of coats, stuff like that.
I'd like to point something out real quick. Crow being cold-blooded would actually be a major hindrance here, because cold-blooded animals need an external source of heat to actually be alright. That's why you'll
Actually,
see...
gonna look that up. Like, I know what you're saying about cold blows, right? Dragonborn cold blooded.
I mean, it probably depends on what dragon they're supposed to be descended from. Like, ice or other cold-related dragons, probably cold-blooded. Fire-related dragons, probably warm-blooded.
So
Metallic dragons,
every single resource that I'm looking at right now says that they are actually warm-blooded and their body heat can feel feverish to humanoid, like other humanoid.
Meanwhile, Victoria, who's probably got the
out
high
note that I thought was truthful but isn't.
What is it?
Nothing. Just I for the longest time thought dragonkin were cold-blooded.
I mean, I can see the reasoning, but a big-ass fire-breathing dragon, and I don't remember which kind Crow is particularly. I'm
Maybe
just
the
using it
bronze.
as an example.
Yeah. Crow's a bronze.
Okay. But for example, a big-ass fire-breathing dragon, it'd be weird if they were cold-blooded, and you would think that a red dragonkin, for example, would have the same type of blood as a red dragon, because they're related. Asterisks?
Actually, I think it would be the opposite. I think that red dragons being cold-blooded would make more sense since they produce their own heat through their breath and...
No. Well, that... I can see the argument. However, I raise you the point. Is it magical fire, or are they biologically able to create the fire? Because think about
They biologically make it because within their chest cavity, there is a separate sac that generates their breath weapon, and so like if you're to like take dissect, so you have the throat and it goes down to the esophagus, about
they probably
about where the two pieces of your collarbone would meet down, and it's like the very like pinnacle part of the jugular. Right there, a little bit lower, there is a sac about, depending on the age of the dragon, but in this argument, let's say an adult, about the size of a fairly decent cantaloupe, is a sac of which it's similar to like stomach acid, where they would generate their breath weapon. So like a red dragon, they create fire, so it would be a flammable acid that they would pretty much like puke up. And as it hits their esophagus and starts like exhaling,
air.
Well, once they start exhaling and spitting up the liquid at the same time, it's like igniting it because of oxidation. I don't know the full science behind it exactly. I'm still working on it, but pretty much there's a sack of liquid that makes it go flammable.
I mean, what would make more sense is if you do like some animals do, where they can produce a couple of things, but those two chemicals reacting together create a flame. So like the dragon, its internals are fire resistant, right? If it wanted, it could theoretically drink some magma.
Actually,
or swallow, no, that's not what I meant. I was gonna correct myself. It could theoretically swallow a burning torch without having to do any of the same stuff a fire swallower would do, right?
Believe it or not, regardless of what they breathe, once it gets past a certain point internally, you're as good as any other flesh. So if you were to like swallow like a fire torch that's still lit, somehow by the time it reaches your chest, yeah, your internal organs are now singed.
So you're telling me I could pour acid down a dragon's throat?
Black dragons would be the only one that wouldn't work Otherwise,
take
yes.
it they're the acid dragon.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a bit odd. But okay.
But each dragon has a breath sac within their chest cavity, like that is right by the jugular.
I imagine for just for your future information and your future doing of them, Pyro, I imagine some of them might have 2 or 3 of those sacs to produce several different chemicals to create the reaction.
Some do. Like the purple dragon is one of them. They have a
Like-
combination of lightning and fire to make the plasma. But it's made in the same sac. There's like one or two different exceptions, and those are typically your dragons that pretty much produce a fucking
Mineral.
beam of light.
Also, I would argue that purple dragon should fall under that category because plasma is a superheated gas, so either the entire dragon would need to have such a ridiculously high tolerance to fire that all of its internals would also have to be fire resistant to a ridiculous degree, because you're not creating plasma from a chemical reaction. I'd argue that that's one of the ones that would have to have like a magical breath weapon, but probably one that, just for the sake of argument, would be able to necessarily ignore or only be dampened by something like anti-magic field.
Well, because what I had in mind is something similar to like what Godzilla does, but different. So like they'll have the breath sac of a fire breather, but because lightning dragons kind of generate it from their stomach.
I mean, another argument I could see is purple dragons are one of the last like descendants of celestial dragons.
They're actually descendants of red and blue.
I know how chromatic dragons work, but I mean like
Chromatic?
oh my god, prismatic, whatever the fuck fancy word you're using for colors.
Prismatic.
Yeah.
Because technically they're not even blue or red anymore.
The prismatic, the prismacolor dragons, right?
Yeah, because there's crimson, azure, cobalt, verdant, critinine, critiny, or however the fuck you pronounce that, I don't know off the top of my head. Amber, iris, and obsidian. And ivory.
The plasma breathing dragon.
That is iris.
So,
That's
Pyro,
purple.
Yes.
Or what?
I know there's a reason why nobody can interact with me. I'm just trying to figure out what that reason is.
Don't let the intrusive thoughts win. Don't say the mean thing. No. That's what Crow was trying to do. The bomb gets armed. Calls Pyro out on trying to call me out for something I'm not doing. Bomb gets armed. Anyways, no, but what I was gonna say is plasma dragons, or whatever the fuck you're calling
Iris.
them.
Purple dragons for simplicity, but on paper they're technically called iris. Next.
It would probably make the most sense if they had a more magical breath weapon, because, again, plasma is literally superheated gas. You can't create it without some very specific scientific bullshit happening that I don't think anyone here wants to get into.
Creatine. That is how it's pronounced.
Anyways.
That's actually not at all what I fucking...
How did we get on... Oh yeah, I was asking him about if we were prepared for cold weather. Pyro, would I being infernal have a higher natural body temperature?
Slightly.
Slightly. So instead of being like 98.6 or whatever the fuck humans
Like
naturally are, I'm
102.
like, okay. So I feel like I have a fever to everyone who touches my skin.
Yes. But
Except for probably Crow. Crow's probably the only person who's like, hi, your
like
body temperature feels normal.
yeah, he's like 105.
Hey, Pyro, there's one other thing that I think it could be, but I'm not
Pyro,
sure.
can we still see Tetra?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a false Hydra.
You know how fucking hard it is to run those? Like, you would have to be a master at gaslighting.
Y'all have never actually seen me try to gaslight people. Mostly because I never try.
There's one other thing I think it could be, but I don't know if you're going to do that yet.
So anyways, I get my shoes, and now I use them to be 8 inches higher off the ground. Because you said there's about 8 inches of snow. So now I'm like actually at roughly the same height as everyone else. Except for the 2 giants in the party.
So,
Yes.
Tetra's going to approach the counter, and she's
Did
like,
Tetra come into the general goods store with us? I thought she was outside.
Initially, she was.
Okay.
yeah, she's gonna come in out of the cold.
Okay. So, yeah, so Tetra just enters.
And she's looking around, and I think it shouldn't come as a surprise that Tetra doesn't wear shoes.
Tetra now has frostbite on all 10 of her toes.
11.
11 toes. Mutant fuck.
I've counted.
Well, it's weird because you notice you're probably even if you do notice it, she has no hypothermia or deep tissue damage due to congelation. If you know what that means.
Maybe.
You know how when you get really cold, your extremities turn blue?
Yeah.
That's deep tissue damage due to congelation.
Oh, okay, so basically a hypothermic reaction.
Are we talking about... Hold on a second. Are we talking about the effects of hypothermia on one's body?
Yeah, like Tetra doesn't have that. She even though she's barefoot, for some reason she's not like getting extreme frostbite.
I don't think you need to experience extreme hypothermia to get frostbite like that. I'm pretty sure if you're experiencing that, it's already too late for you.
Well, she's not cold, and she's not like she's not showing signs of being like that cold despite not wearing shoes.
About how tall is Tetra again?
I'm trying to see if I actually have her height.
I bet I can get her height faster than Kana can.
Where did her sheet go? Oh, there it is. 4'11".
4'11".
Damn it. I just loaded into Hero Forge. Which
Cool,
reminds
so,
me, at some point I need to work on River's character.
But yeah, Tetra just decides like, I'm sorry, I have to do this, but I have to see if someone can notice me.
At which point, Bro's going to walk over by the winter coats.
Hmm.
Bro's gonna walk by the winter coats and start looking through coats that would be the appropriate sizes for everyone, starting with Tetra.
Takes you a little bit with like just trial and error, but eventually you do find one. Luna was probably the hardest because she has, slightly longer arms than she would her natural body size, which is kind of why she fits in Nisha's coat a little nice.
Victoria pulls her coat out of her bag and just puts it on.
We say her bag, but in reality we mean out of her ass, because where did that bag come from?
The backpack she's been wearing!
So I'm going to use.
Did I just call it a bag? Because people often call backpacks bags.
So I'm going to use Awaken Mind.
Awakened mind. Keep seeing flashing lights at my door. I'm like, oh shit, it's the cops, and then I realize, oh wait.
Sorry, I called the cops on you for being too gay.
You don't have that spell, Kana.
Yeah, I do. It's one
Is
of
it
my,
one of his class spells?
it's one of my occupation abilities.
No, occupation abilities. I'm not sure. It's not down there. It's not even a spell. Then why the hell did... Alright. Piece of shit, Wiki, you lied to me. It's not a spell. It's a literal, just a fucking ability.
To be
the
fair, I
minds of
think
other
Kana
creatures, you
said...
can telepathically speak to any creature you see within 30 feet. You don't need to share language. You understand that in the house?
Uh-oh. Fire alarm. Yes, that's in your house, Pyro.
Not my concern.
Pyro's mom comes busting in the door. House is on fire!
Why are they busting through the door? A, they have a fucked hip and can't even walk. 2, the door's wide open.
Because funny joke.
Closes the door just to bust it open.
Yes.
Alright. So you're just gonna telepathically speak to something you can see in 30 feet of you?
Yeah, she wants to see if anyone can hear her.
Who are you targeting?
Oh,
Because it's gonna probably be a one at a time. What the fuck are they burning down there? Goddamn.
The goddamn pancakes.
All of
Shiva
your
is-
belongings.
Then if that's the case, I'm Molotoving the house because all of my belongings is equal to the value of the house.
So, can I talk to Crow?
So, Crow, you hear Tetra speaking in your head.
And she says, for some reason, people don't seem to interact with me out there. I tried reaching out to touch them, and they acted like I was a ghost or something. Something is dreadfully wrong here.
As soon as you start saying that, Ro looks you in your eye, and you see a look of concern go over his face for a moment, followed by a slight smile, like trying to reassure you. And he motions you over to the coats. Try this one.
And she's like, but I've never switched out my robes.
Try it on top of your robe.
And she does try it on, but she's like, but she has to do so in a way where the clerk can't see her arm.
What clerk?
The clerk
I
who's
killed
working
them.
Shopkeep.
Yeah, the shopkeep, the clerk who's working there.
We killed the shopkeep and hid it in Greg's bag of holding.
What?
What?
I can't.
All right, that's my way of saying you're paranoid about showing your arm to something that can't see you.
Well, she doesn't know why she thinks that she doesn't know if they can see me, because if Crow can see me, she doesn't know how limited this is.
Well,
Pyro Hank's opinion is valid.
yes. Well, they haven't acknowledged you. They noticed that the door opened, but they thought it was just the wind.
She starts talking to Crow telepathically again. She's like, it's like, see if you can get the clerk to acknowledge me. I want to see what's going on. If the clerk doesn't see me, something's wrong. I don't know what, but I suspect there are forces at work that I can't possibly neither you nor I could comprehend.
That's just a fun way of saying that she's anxious.
Bro, quit turning into a robot.
Robot.
Quit using dial-up.
How are you gonna beep boop me, motherfucker? You're asking me if I'm a goddamn robot? You're the computer, you're the robot.
That just means that my PlayStation controller's out of range.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so all good. So Pro will go ahead and approach the counter and put the cloak on top of the counter as well, and say, let's see how many of there are. Us are there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and what is it? A party of 7, including myself.
6 asterisks because of Nugget. It's a character who sometimes does and doesn't exist.
Gotcha.
We have a randomly teleporting child who sometimes comes into existence. Usually they're not.
Cool. So at the moment there's 6.
Yes, and Victoria already had a coat.
Cool. So you'll walk up with I'll walk up with the cloak specifically grabbed for Tetra, and I'll say, see how I want to word this.
Very carefully.
Choose your words wisely, mortal.
He could just say he's buying it for a friend who's not currently present, but he knows the rough measurements of.
No, but Tetra wants it to be made clear that she is present.
Yes, but by also acknowledging the fact that Tetra
Tetra.
is or isn't present, you could test to see if she butts in and says, "But you just had your friend try it on." Which is another point to consider.
Let's see what happens.
How much for a coat for the little one?
Little one.
And I'll physically motion over to Tetra.
Meanwhile, Victoria is the actual shortest member of the party.
I'll look over. You mean that one? Points to Victoria.
Victoria very clearly already wearing a well fitting but also well used coat.
Don't mind me asking. How many people have come into your shop today? Including us.
Including you. 11.
And that includes the 6 of us.
6. 5 of you.
Victoria walks back up to the counter. The sixth person that says schizo hallucinations. I'm pretty sure I slurred my speech a little.
You
That
did.
makes it funnier.
To be
Okay,
fair,
so-
I'm pretty sure my character is freshly hungover.
So you see, they cannot see me.
Am I able to speak back to you telepathically once you start this?
It's one way.
One way.
Just speak out loud, schizo.
Quite literally, roll. Look directly down at Tetra. And nudge her a little bit. Up. Don't be shy.
Sure, you want me to speak?
Yes.
She opens her mouth to speak like, I don't know if anyone can see me.
Nope, can't see you at all.
Pyro,
As
was I able to be heard?
Bro specifically looking for any form of reaction from the shopkeep.
Eyes locked on you.
Me or
On Crow.
How much for the coat?
25 copper.
Bro will go ahead and hand over the coins.
You put them in the mason jar.
Be blessed, friend. He'll say as he starts to walk out.
Victoria
Motion.
suddenly bursts into flames.
Why?
I was making a joke because she's infernal, and a joke about if you bless demons or like excommunicated people
Oh,
make a
okay.
joke of entering a church, they burst into flames.
Yeah. But yeah, Pearl motion for the party follow. Eyes locked on Tetra. As he does.
What am I supposed to do?
Pearl's motioning for everyone to walk out the shop.
Victoria's thinking about if she can steal the mason jar.
Come on.
Just no one
Let's
acknowledges
find our lodging.
what I said. Okay.
You said Victoria's thinking about it.
Yes.
Cool. Bro's not a mind reader. He's got no response.
To be fair, Crow probably also doesn't know what her I want to steal that shit face looks like. Her old crew does. What?
Someone put a post on Twitter that says, I hate guys who ask me, can you cook? Bitch, can you build a house? Fuck off.
That's an extreme degree of difference, but okay.
I know, that's why it's funny.
Wait. Everybody, I just noticed an odd detail on the map. Can we take a second to acknowledge that this right here looks a little bit like a basketball hoop?
I literally cannot see the map.
I'm
Are
streaming.
you able to?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you
on the
referring-
PlayStation.
Are you referring to that?
Yes.
I can't see what you're outlining.
Oh, hold on. Let me make it red specifically so we can clickbait thumbnail. No. That's the wrong red, Pyro. You gotta use the.
That's also purple.
You gotta hit him with the. And now we've just made the opera logo by accident.
I see. I don't really see. But I can imagine.
Pyro and I just being goofy fucks over here with the fucking line tools. Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, wait. You can... Oh, wait. No, you can't. We're not streaming. Fuck me. Goddammit.
I can what?
He was gonna say I can go on to the YouTube channel and look.
Dun, 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 dun. I can't whistle.
Da, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
That's Family Guy, you bastard.
Well, in that case, let me just...
That's also the wrong thing. That's Payday 2 Sting for when you enter a mission.
Womp womp.
Did you
That's
say
also
womp
wrong.
womp?
That's Shy Lily.
Womp womp.
So,
You know what?
So
Womp womp this, motherfucker.
What do you do after you leave the shop?
Hey,
God damn it.
we're gonna.
Alright, Tism Brains.
we're gonna go. I guess we're gonna go find lodging.
What, is no one going to address what happened in there?
Victoria doesn't understand your weird magic. She's just like, okay, caster, whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not doing anything.
She doesn't know that. She wasn't paying attention to anything that just happened. All she knows is she called Crow schizo. The clerk may have ignored Tetra. She's not sure about that. She was busy thinking about that jar of coins. Pirate girl gonna pirate.
Either way.
That's the sound of Victoria going through the back and trying to see what bullshit she can steal.
Yeah, exactly, because Victoria's a rogue that doesn't have anything into stealth. All intimidation. Pirate, baby.
I can do that sound too.
I guess, persuasion and deception.
So,
Or perception.
Tedra's just going to say, for some reason, that no one in this town can see or hear me except you guys.
Well, have you tried the fact that, well, maybe no one likes you here?
They can't see me. I tried touching someone out there, and they acted like a ghost just tapped him on the shoulder.
I've had that happen to me a few times. It took me punching them in the face for them to react properly. But then again, they also hurt my knuckles, so I decided to lead against doing that again.
I've done that once or twice, but most people tend to act like shooting some asshole who's ignoring you, and the gut is an overreaction. I only shot him in his pancreas.
I'm surrounded by perverts!
What the fuck, Pyro?
Either way. Let's go ahead and get this settled.
My
Pyro?
My point is that nobody seems to be able to interact with me except you guys, and I find that problematic. So we need to find out what's going on. Why can't anyone perceive me?
No, you need to find out what's going on. It's not a problem for the rest of us. If more of us start not being able to be perceived, then it becomes a problem for the group.
Either way, we'll find lodging. And after that, well, sorry. First off, we find lodging. After that, we'll go ahead and find a way to solve this mystery.
This is the way. So, wandering about, and recounting what buildings there are, you're not finding any lodging. You're finding, like, a tavern where you can, like, sit down and have a bite, but you're not finding anything that has public beds for corn.
Pyro, I have a question.
I have an answer.
So we never established how many charges the invited guests special ability has.
Proficiency bonus. For long rest.
Proficiency bonus per long rest. Okay. I have one left. However, everyone except for one person of my choosing has to make a DL20 persuasion check. If we choose to do this way.
So, Tetra's going to look at her patron, and she's like, I don't suppose you know what's going on.
Fucking boss music. Pyro, I assume everyone in Adventures Within gets probos at the same time, right?
Yes.
Okay. What level are we? 4th?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know? I know as much as you to a degree.
You're a god. You know everything.
I don't know everything. I know a lot of a little. Like your average college professor.
That's fucking great.
Just because I'm a god doesn't mean jack diddly shit about my knowledge. Now, just because I am 4,000 years old doesn't also mean anything. And just because I'm the one who... Wait, I shouldn't say that. Regardless, how am I supposed to know why no one sees you? Or talks to you? The blind guy
She's
might
a
be right
fucking
about
creep.
something. Who are you and how do you hear me?
It is I, Greg, the Destroyer. I've come to vanquish you, evil beast. Prepare to die.
Jesus Christ.
Greg just fucking... Greg, anytime he multi-attack or uses all of his action economy with his hammer, just Taco Bell dongs till the sun comes up.
Oh,
In most cases, I would ask for the sun to not come up. But in this case, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
So she's like, Tetra's like, she just decides, all right, I need food. Let's find somewhere to eat. I need tulip bulbs in my stomach now.
Genuine question. Where are you finding tulip bulbs in this economy? Your silence
Why?
interests me.
What?
I don't
where do
actually
you
know what
find
kind of...
tulip bulbs in this economy?
Oh, that's what kind of asked. Yo mamas.
Now, this problem that's so elementary is that big of an issue. The Red House. Quit asking me for everything. I'm not the knower of all. I know the all out of a little. However, if it was to do with family, then I know a lot. Even though that's still something little. How do I even pretend like I don't anymore? Oh, here's something I do know. That one over there.
What?
How do you not understand? Like, are your brain cells like dwindling in numbers?
No, I was trying to understand what you were talking about there, Pyro.
You might need to kill the voice changer there, bud. Because it is hard to understand what you're saying.
I was gonna say that's one of his clearer ones, actually.
I just
He
I want to know.
he said, now something I do know is that one over there.
And who is he gesturing to?
He doesn't. He's a staff.
Well, I mean, who is he suggesting?
You don't know. He just simply says, that one over there.
Fucking what? That one. What?
Also, so Tetra like grabs her staff. She like clutches her staff close, runs over to what she thinks she's perceiving, and she's like pointing her staff at a horse. It's like, you, may the fleas from your cow inflame your rhubarb.
Does the horse actually acknowledge her?
Yes. Like, he just stares at her for a few seconds, just...
And she's like, the Prime Minister doesn't understand me.
Why did I suddenly get the impulse for this fucking horse to just start speaking in, like, ancient Victorian English?
Because that's hilarious. But two, did you also just say ancient Victorian English?
Yes.
That's not ancient yet. Ancient's at least 1,000 years old.
So it's like English.
He means Victorian English, like high society Victorian English, I imagine.
Like, not royal English, but, like, high class. I do say, this absolutely ambiguously is marvelous. It's an dubious occasion that is of our finest concerns, that you seek to this imperious advancement of once. But
Please
anyway,
tell me this is actually happening.
no, it's just like me explaining what Victorian English is. So you make the comment about the Prime Minister, and it just stares at you, and then just starts nodding.
Yeah, it's like, I think his name is George Lieberman.
It shits on the floor and walks away.
Now I'm just reminded of, like, okay, I'm gonna do this, like, Trixie just being like, this reminds me of the time that I picked up a snow ghost while I was doing some taxi driving. You ever heard of the legend of the snow ghost? They say if you warm her heart, she will melt away and pass on to the afterlife. But I didn't know that at first. So when I was doing my taxi driving, I was telling jokes and making her laugh. Next thing I know, she's gone and there's a puddle on the seat. So I think she left without paying and peed on the seat.
Again, guys, the mirror's still on.
Gotta go put up my pizza real quick.
At least somebody appreciates my jokes.
Yes, I do. Well, promising. Seems not everyone here is unable to recognize your presence.
How do we know that Horse was even acknowledging her? Horses aren't that very intelligent to a certain extent, are they?
Let's try with another creature.
Well, she's like, watch this. So what's the first civilian that I can see?
Probably the farmer that is dealing with the horses.
She goes up and using her untainted hand taps on the farmer's shoulder.
He looks behind him, sees nothing there, and just goes back to his job.
She does it again.
Looks behind his shoulder, and you see him grow even more agitated, and then proceeds to go back to his work before quickly turning around again and just slowly going back to his work.
She keeps doing it.
At the third time, he just straight burls around and just decks you in the face and doesn't realize he even hit you. And you take 3 points of bludgeoning.
She's like, "Ow! You see?" It's like that. Although that was probably coincidentally an accident, success on this front still, I think, does imply failure.
Well, during that whole interaction, what are the horse's reactions?
And she's like, and Tetra, like, while she's like massaging her jaw, she's like, "George Lieberman, if you open your mouth right now, so help me."
Memes R Us is a perfect example. Shut
We had the same idea. I was gonna question.
Nice. Here we
George Lieberman, so help me.
Are the horses actually acknowledging him or her though?
They're acknowledging him and his anger. Because him just to burl around at that just sudden movement. It's just like, huh?
So Tetra is coming back our way? Or no?
So,
I'm gonna get my food real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll be like 20 seconds. Oh god, my headset's caught. There we go. Ow, fuck.
Very
Oh,
good.
hi, babies. Hey,
Push.
Oh man. While he's gone, we should totally talk some smack.
Pyro's a bitch.
Pyro seems more like, I wouldn't say a bitch as much as a little fuckboy.
He wants to be a fuckboy. He's not. Pyro watches this one back later when he finally gets to riding more. Just like, wait a minute, fuck you guys.
Right? Then he's like, why the fuck is River calling me a Funko Pop?
I simply said horse.
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 Ugh. Fuck, ow.
Hey, everyone.
Oh shit,
right?
he's back.
You're talking about horse, right?
Yes, horse. Horse,
Horse.
totally. We're not
Horse.
talking about Pyro's horse mouth. We're just talking about horse.
What are you talking about? What are you doing?
Horse.
What are you yapping about?
What is blood waffling about?
I reminded of the time. Okay, I reminded of the time in My Little Pony where Princess Luna ate a whole pineapple, or she took a bite out of a pineapple. Sometimes you forget they're horses, and then they do stuff like that. That is definitely a horse.
What?
Last I checked,
I don't know shit about that.
Yeah,
It was
right.
called My Little Pony, not My Little Horse.
Last I checked, they don't even look like ponies or horses.
Well, there was one episode where Luna took a bite out of a pineapple. So sometimes you forget they're horses, and then they do stuff like that. That is definitely a horse.
So anyway,
By the way,
Anyway,
Pyro, did you see the horse gif I sent?
no, I was busy getting my fucking stick of Heisenberg's cocaine. Not cocaine, meth.
Look at
Oh,
me.
I love it.
Did you get some cloaker cocaine?
no.
It's a stick of Heisenberg meth.
Yeah, but did you get some cloaker cocaine to wash it down with, Pyro?
Nope.
Why will you not load? Oh, I see. Anyways.
So, what are we doing?
Well, I assume that I just showed that like the farmer cannot perceive me because he just tried to deck what he couldn't see.
He just decked what he couldn't see.
Because he looked behind me twice, didn't see anything. Had he perceived me, he would have already just asked, "What did I want?" But the fact that he didn't shows that he couldn't see me or perceive me in any way, which this is stressing me out. But I need you to freaking acknowledge it.
Try interacting with the horses.
Maybe animals can perceive me, but people can't. But animals can see things that normal people can't see.
Does that imply you're calling the rest of us animals? Well, Victoria looks at Lucas and
No
what's
offense.
his name? Lucas
Crow.
and Crow. No, she doesn't say no offense. She just looks at them. She just turns her head from one side to the other to look at them.
Bro, let's have a short little laugh. Who knows? Perhaps we are.
I mean, two of us are.
It depends on who you look at. Technically, yeah, we're all animals.
Well, I mean, if we want to go the scientific route about it, yes.
That's stupid. We're all animals. Especially me, I'm a party animal. So, I deal with it.
I'm thoroughly disappointed in this drink.
Either
Ira
way.
has your stick of crystal meth.
That's actually pretty good. The black cherry cane sugar soda, however, from 1891, very not good.
Not good? Damn!
Bro, your soda's from 1891.
No, it means it should be better. It should be better.
Soda's not like wine. You don't age soda.
I do.
Sean, you're stupid. You're in the military. You're an exception.
Shut up.
And
Look,
gay.
look. He should be in the Navy because of that second thing. But anyways.
We actually talked about this earlier.
Damn.
Yeah, in the car. Talked about it.
No, we were sitting after I was done rupturing my fucking lung.
So Trixie,
Oh, you're right.
I'm imagining Trixie just saying another joke here. It's like, so for animals, picture this: beaver, field grouse, alpaca, rhino, and starfish. They will see us coming, but they will not know what to do.
Nice.
I think Shiva likes my meth.
Heard.
He nibbled off the crystal.
Oh no, Pyro's dog is now addicted to meth.
Heisenberg. Full disclaimer for YouTube, we're talking about rock candy. Fuck off.
Channel still gets banned anyways.
Fleisenberg.
Yes, but it doesn't get banned for the reason that we think.
Fleisenberg.
Gets banned because we talked about Victoria's hoofs.
Like Dwight
Yes.
Dwight Fleisenhauer.
All right, Nat, what are we doing?
So
Victoria's
I'm
got a
trying to-
smug look on her face about being eye level with with 2/3 of the party for once. Or no, 1/3 of the party for once.
You're eye level with some of the party members.
Yes, with Nisha and Luna more specifically.
Luna, maybe. Nisha, no.
How tall is Nisha?
Nisha, I believe.
Isn't he 6 foot even? Or no? Nisha's the same height as you. You're 6'2".
Give me a second, pull up his feet. Have to fucking scroll for a yes amount of time. Give me a second.
Can I load Hero Forge?
Nisha TOS. He's 6'3" and 163 pounds.
Nisha's the same height as me in real life. And also significantly underweight.
I mean, he's got some decent muscle tone and definition, but he doesn't
Homie?
look that...
6'3" people should be roughly around like 280, or not 280.
Whoa!
180, 220.
Okay,
If I remember
reiterate,
correctly.
he is got a decent amount of muscle tone and definition, but he doesn't really look to have just not any body fat, really.
He's skin and bones. Yes.
With a side of muscle.
That's still not healthy.
Either way.
Well, maybe. Hold on. No, you guys can continue doing stuff, but hold on for that thought.
So how do we solve this problem of perception?
How do
Well,
you
first-
solve this problem?
First, I suggest actually interacting with the horses. Let's get a clear idea if they actually acknowledge you or just sounds in the surroundings.
Well, I don't have a carrot on me.
Bro will reach into his pack and grab a small piece of grab a little bit of cabbage and stick it in Tetra's hand. Offer it to the horses.
So Tetra's going to make sure to walk right into the farmer's field of view to feed the horses.
What in the blazing hells? It's a floating cabbage. Martha, get your ass out here. There be a floating cabbage outside. Martha? I forgot she went to the market.
Turns back around. Once again, success, big if true, but success on this front, I still think, does imply failure.
Well,
Did the
at least
horses actually...
The horses are chowing. Or it says horse, singular. It's chowing.
Look, that guy's going schizo. He thought that cabbage crow through was floating.
Well, at
That's
least
the
the horses.
horse.
Well, at least the horses did.
Shiva is straight, like, nomming on the crystals. Like, she's just straight...
Damn.
dog is meth addicted.
But yeah, Crow's basically telling Petra to pet the horse, see how it reacts.
Excuse you, you're not taking the whole damn thing. Woman, you're not taking the whole thing. Quit trying to take the crystals from me. No. You can have a taste, but you're not taking the whole stick.
So, I guess she's about to pet the horse, but she's like, animals don't really like to be touched by me. And
Do it.
and she's like, all right. And she uses her untainted arm to try to pet the horse.
So, the minute it comes into contact with it, it immediately becomes like shriveled up, like it just got instantly dehydrated. Insert the Sid from Ice Age tastes a little salty meme here, and it just heals over.
Did Tetra just touch of death that horse?
Well, that's certainly one way. So tell me, how long have you been hiding this piece from me? Even more of this.
I couldn't do this before.
I mean, couldn't should are two different words, but you know, it's not that bad. You do this. Hey, there's another one over there. Take that one.
So, what's everyone's reaction to this?
Mild panic and
Victoria
pretty much
is just
mild
gonna.
panic and just.
Victoria is immediately walking away as an infernal. She's like, nope.
Lucas didn't have to take a second. Just fucking immediately started walking away.
Not getting religiously persecuted. Bye.
Crow's gonna watch with fascination.
Well, I can tell you, I don't think this is what was supposed to happen when he ate his raisin bran today.
I see. Come on, let's make camp.
Well, I don't know what to do with this now, but note to self: don't feed the horses cabbages.
I don't think you can normally get horse jerky out of that.
Pyro, I have a question.
I have an answer.
So earlier when I asked you, you said the invited guest replenishes on a long rest. Does that include a long rest taken within the alchemist mansion?
You would be so anything that you would regain on a long rest, you would regain on a long rest. So
Okay.
uses
okay.
of this.
It's infinitely full then, pretty much.
I mean, because you can go in there for like safety or for insight or something like that.
Well, yeah, but I kind of usually combine that into one trip because, you know, convenience.
Magically, you're not allowed to sleep there until after 9 p.m.
Honestly, that's something he would do.
Suddenly, so you open the door, and the first thing you see is a sign that says "New Store Hours."
No, Victoria's gonna tug on Lucas's his sleeve and just gesture to a side alley to see if he wants to go sleep in comfort again. Because Victoria's kind of ended up palling around with Lucas and Heineken.
Also, if I could direct attention to off-topic for Dolg.
Yes.
So, what are we gonna do? Because it looks like we can't physically touch animals.
Well, you guys did come here for a reason, and so far you
Yeah.
haven't done jack shit for that reason.
I believe we still have a day or so, don't we?
Yeah, before this town goes into lockdown, and you won't be able to leave to do it.
So do
What
we...
time is it?
IRL or in-game?
In-game.
Not like mid-evening hours, like if relative to like 24 hours, it'd probably be like 7 and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, evening, whatever the fuck.
And dude said that we had like 3 days before it goes in lockdown.
For the new import, yes.
So should we go get the pathway? Or the route they're supposed to be taking so we can set up a long route?
Yeah, I think so. So,
Okay, Shiva, you have depleted all of my crystals. Hopefully you enjoyed your snack.
Pyro no longer has meth.
I'm in recovery. I do, however, we're saving that for later. I'm not exposing myself to that level of sour again. Yeah, we'll go with this. Excuse me as I unroll.
cool. So,
What are we doing?
let's go ahead and
No, you can't
finish
have
getting
it.
things prepared for the hunt.
How are we preparing?
So I imagine we're probably gonna go try and get some information on where we're supposed to be going.
Okay.
Pretty sure
'Cause-
we got the information already. We want to keep an eye out on the livestock. So, because I remember before we were told where the last attack took place.
Mm-hmm.
So, I figure make our way out there.
So, everyone's following?
Yep.
Okay. So, making your way downtown, walking fast.
Victoria, the only one
Smoking
having an
crack.
easy time, as she is the only one with snowshoes.
Make on my way through the hood with a Glock.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
No, Victoria wouldn't be the only one having an easy time.
Hey, we
Who
got
else
K
has
around. Blocks with 30s.
Bro,
Crow has snowshoes.
no, but he's very used to the snow.
I mean, so is Victoria. She's from a very northern area.
Yes, and Bro came from mountain,
Because I
and
think
typically
Crow's-
was along like the snowy upper parts of the mountain.
Crow's from a little further north than Victoria, but Victoria's from like just before where the mountains are, pretty much. Like they have a very short summer.
Bro, it's
No,
so
they're
cold in the
not
house.
anywhere near each other as far as homes.
No, but they're both from very heavily wintered areas.
Bro, it's so cold in my fucking house that even though I'm running all of this at once, typically the graphics card would be sitting at around like 85, 90 degrees. Sitting at a comfortable 55.
Nice.
So why was it heating up when you were streaming more than it was right now?
Because warmer house.
Dude, it's about to be in the negative here.
Oh, I'm
That's
so
getting
fucking
pretty-
jealous.
As we speak
Getting
right
pretty
now,
close.
it is 20 degrees. No, it's not. What the fuck? What the hell is Hampton Manor? Use precise location.
Guys, quickly Google Hampton Manor. It's around where Pyro lives.
No, I'm sorry. It's 5 degrees where I'm at.
I'm fucking jealous.
With a 90% chance of snow showers.
Nice.
Well, we already got
Fuck
6 inches. And it's still going.
Hey, so do I. It's 6 where I'm at.
Both of you, shut up.
Shit.
What? I was saying my temperature's close to what yours is.
I heard a chuckle after I said we already got 6 inches.
You bet your sweet baby you heard chuckle.
I also made a joke.
Yes. But yeah, so we'll make our way down toward the farmland.
So,
Well, quote unquote farmland.
yeah. What's left of it, at least. So, you see a handful of fields that are probably the equivalent of a fucking farm plot in Skyrim. Not much is growing. And for what you can see, there's supposed to be like pens for the livestock. You could count on one hand how many livestock are there. Specifically goats. No cows, and no sheep. Which apparently you were told there were supposed to be. Why is this root beer spicy?
Oh no, Pyro, why is your root beer spicy?
I don't know. Pure sugarcane, corn syrup, artificial flavoring, color added red 40, yellow 5, blue 1, yellow 6. Please don't reply to me because I can't read.
So I'll go ahead and I'd like to investigate the area. Look for any form of track, any form of discrepancy.
Survival.
Alrighty. That's going to be an 18.
18. So as you enter in the pen with the livestock, obviously they start herding away from you. And as you start tracking around, there's a few spots you can see like pretty deep, like scuff marks. If you had to guess, it's probably the equivalent of like a bird landing down and into the dirt, how they kind of like momentum scuff up. And there's a few marks that you can easily identify as just claw marks in general.
Nothing more than that.
A lot of, and Anything else you find is mostly just hoofs and kicked up dirt that would just naturally be made by the livestock. Those are the most of the things that you see that's out of the ordinary, that's not natural to your environment.
Any trees around?
There are. There's a few right next to it, like snowed over evergreens.
Do they look like they've been tampered with by something larger that would match the scratch sizes and the print sizes?
Not that you can see of. If it is, it's well covered. Anyone else want to do anything?
Hold on just a second.
Anna?
I just so I guess I'm going to try to see if the animals see me. Like by approaching slowly.
Like anything else, they kind of just herd away from you.
Okay, so they can see me, but she like puts her tendrilled arm to the ground and sees if she can like sense whatever was here before.
As you put your tendrilled arm to the ground, the snow turns black.
Ah, gross. Did you ink yourself?
He made me ink.
You guys made me ink.
Victoria's gonna ask Crow some. Crow, did you see anything? Did you see anything? Tracks? Anything out of the ordinary?
We'll start showing the indentations from
Her, the
what?
character is female.
I didn't specify anyone. I just said
Oh,
pros start showing
I
the
thought-
indentations.
My dumbass brain misheard. I'm sorry.
All good. So, yeah, he'll start pointing out to her all the indentations, the claw marks.
Okay, Crow, those mean nothing to me. Are they out of the ordinary or not?
What's all in this pen?
Goats.
Do goats have claws?
No, but so do wolves and bears and things that I'm sure people living in this tiny town might not think of. I'm trying
Pyro.
to ask, are they hippogriff? Are they the beasts we're supposed to be hunting's claws, or do you recognize them as something more normal?
Pyro. How big are these prints for claws and whatnot? Like, do they... I know you said they resemble bird, but are they like normal bird? Are they large creature, medium size, small?
About the size of a basketball.
Wait, the claws are about the size of a basketball? Oh,
The
hell
print.
no. Okay, that's a lot better. The claws being about the size of a basketball? See previous statement, please. Oh, it feels like -8 in my state right now, though, with the wind chill. I just read that.
Once again, I'm jealous. Certainly no row or pigeon flying through here.
But could it be a bear or a wolf?
Since when have you known bears or wolves to have such large prints?
Let's see, I've been away from my home in the north for... You watch as Victoria looks at her wrist like she has a watch on. Character's 22. Yeah, kidnapped at 16. Hold on. I'm actually having to do a little bit of math.
About 6 years.
But I've been away from my home for about 6 years, and I've been at sea for about 4 years now.
Either way. Definitely something larger.
Okay. Something you can identify, or something you could somehow make a replica of the marks? I believe I know someone who could help us identify what kind of creature it is a little better.
How would these prints relate to griffins? Or a more well-known creatures like, say, owl bear or something along those lines? GM, how
Not
these
gonna-
prints how they relate to like owl bear or griffin?
Nature check.
Nature?
Yep.
Right there. That's going to be a 19.
19. To put it simply, if you were to take the tracks that a eagle would leave behind when swooping down to pick up the prey with their talons, yeah, quadruple that in size.
Cool. Does that help me identify?
As far as you know,
If it's-
griffins are typically part eagle, part beast.
Definitely have a feeling that it's a griffin.
On a scale of 1 to 10, sure. How sure are you?
I'd place it around an 8 or a 9.
Alright, so sure enough, we don't need to get any extra help.
You all suddenly hear the sound of a shotgun being loaded. Come on, telling me the hell's you doing in my pens before I blow you to bits?
Easy.
You turn
Been
around
hired
to an
on
orc.
to take care of.
You turn around to see an orc holding a very classic double-barrel shotgun, just in steampunk parts.
Wait, what the fuck did he? What the hell did he pump then?
Also, Pyro, you've explicitly stated that shotguns don't exist at this point in time.
So the
Wait a
steampunk
minute.
variant.
Wait a minute.
That doesn't excuse the fact that you've said they don't exist. You've said rifles don't exist. Just making your guns more inconsistent.
I'm sitting over here wondering what
All right,
the
we're
fuck
just
he
closing the
pumped.
campaign.
what did Pyro
I'm
say?
sitting here wondering what he pumped.
I heard that. That's what I'm wondering, but also, What did Pyro just say?
Said we're closing the campaign.
Calls
Damn.
Pyro out because I can't have anything more than a flintlock. Yet this orc somehow has a gun.
He's a
It's
time
been
traveler. He
explicitly
shouldn't be here.
stated
Go!
we couldn't invent like a fucking muzzle-loaded rifle with actual life rifling. This orc has a shotgun. Calls Pyro out.
That's it. Shutting it all down.
Damn.
The whole campaign dies because I called him out.
You act
That
like I
would
have
be
any
kind
of this written down.
No,
Cool. So,
I'm making a joke though,
So you're telling me
because
Yes.
in all of our previous conversations you'd been fairly consistent, and I just found this a little mild.
you're
Really
telling me I
entertaining,
can't quadruple
Pyro.
barrel my shotgun?
It's not a shotgun. It's the best way I could fucking describe it, because it's just something with a handle, and he pumped something that is like a shotgun, and it looks like a bunch of like lead pipes put together.
It's a hand cannon.
He's got a railgun.
cool. So, Bro is starting off by saying, "Easy there. We've been hired to." Takes a look. Notices that it's an orc.
Hired to what? They're scaly.
Bro's going to very carefully start walking towards him with the flyer.
Keeping the barrel pointed down towards Crow, gonna look towards Heineken and kind of like gesture to, like, nod his head to the side to take the flyer.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Heineken just looks around and then points to himself. Like, oh,
Say again?
me?
What did he do? He looked at me. That's me genuinely asking, what did he do?
He somehow Crow handed you the flyer, and now the guy's wanting you to get the flyer from Crow to him.
Now, Crow's always had the flyer, and he's trying to approach the orc with the flyer. And then while keeping the barrel aimed down at Crow, he's wanting Heineken to take it from him and bring it to him.
Ah. Okay, I misunderstood a little bit.
Oh,
Bro,
okay.
go hand off the flyer.
Anakin will take the flyer. And then hand it over to the orc.
About how far away is this orc from me?
He's, so if you're, where are you? If you're over here in the pens, he's like right here by these trees.
Give me feet.
2. Usually they have 2.
Give or take about 30, 20-ish. From what you can
20,
eyeball.
30?
From what you can eyeball.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Hunter's Mark on this son of a bitch.
Okay. So he's gonna look at the, while barrel's still aimed at Crow, he's gonna, like, look over the flyer. You didn't have the audacity to ask me to come on my property. After all I've been through and seen and done and lost.
We were told that you'd be informed.
No one informed me jack shit. Who told you that nonsense?
What was the mayor's name again? Does
He didn't-
anyone remember?
I don't believe he provided one. If he
Gonna
did,
say,
I don't remember. I'd
I
have to look
don't
back on
think
it.
the mayor provided one. I'm gonna go with Pyro on that one. I don't think any of us
Chieftain of
asked
your
for the
town.
mayor's name.
Fair. Chieftain of
Please.
the town did. I just want this creature taken care of. Lower your weapon.
Him and I will be having words. And he'll not lower it, but kind of like pull it up so that it's aimed upright, and then just set what normally would be the butt of the gun against his shoulder. Now, I ain't asking again. The Blazing Hills, what are you doing on my property? Yes, I understand you're dealing with this bullshit with the Griffins, or at least that's what they're telling us. Don't explain shit what you're actually doing.
Gonna slay the beast.
Well, you might want to put an S on the end of that sentence.
How many you seen?
With my own eyes, 4. Up close and personal, 1. Blasted the bitch away, scared off the others. Now, one problem is, I'm not sure how the hell these creatures do it. You blast one and the others run, they multiply. They also hunt in packs, typically no smaller than 3. From what we've seen so far, or at least what the wife's seen, they only come towards the late at night when the moon's up. Any ounce of daylight, they won't touch you. Where they go, nobody knows. They fly, so no one can really track them very well. Bastards.
That you killed one.
I did. Good eats.
What did the corpse look like? Since you question if it's a griffin.
Well, I guess the way I can plainly describe it, imagine a griffin, like they would show you in storybooks, and it got the front end of an eagle and the back end of a lion, but their chests, instead of it being all feathery and shit like they would normally be, more muscle, more bear. Well, not bear like the animal, but like bear naked. It's almost like, how would you say?
It's been
Why don't
planned.
I just show you? I think that'd be the easiest.
Please.
Alright, follow me. He'll kind of like nod his head, and he'll lead you into his home. Setting the wannabe shotgun on very easily a hook that's is right above the door and is holding it up. And once all of you have entered, he closes the door and then sets it down. This dude has literally got a shotgun tripwire trap that if the door opens, whoever enters is getting fucking blasted in the head.
Cool. Thank you for that.
I love it.
Yeah,
What?
but-
I'll order 6.
What's happening with the shotgun tripwire trap?
So he has it like set up, like he lets you all in and he's holding up the shotgun. And so once you all in, he closes the door and then sets the shotgun on like a hook that's above the door frame.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're like looking at it, if anyone were to open that door, their head's getting blown off, whether you're
Pyro,
coming
you
in
said-
or out.
You said because of the Grimbards, right? The orcs are closer to 8 feet in height in your world.
The Grimbards.
So specifically, just the Grimbard family is.
Yes. Orcs,
Okay, they're
however,
just-
in general, are closer towards the 7-foot mark.
Okay, so his door frame's still way too tall for Victoria to get her head blown off by that.
You would have a headache, but
I'd have a headache because a shotgun just went off over my head, but you know.
Cool. Pyro.
yeah.
So there's some very important details I need, bud.
What's up?
As he's inviting us in, bro is taking a look around, acting like he's admiring the place. Any more traps around?
Roll me an investigation. Actually, perception, because you're not handling it.
Perception? Alrighty.
Would passive perception do anything here?
Not necessarily, because
Not
they're
necessarily.
naturally hidden. And he's actively looking.
Fair enough.
That's going to be a 24.
The only traps that you really notice right off the bat are your basic cookie cutter of, like, the drawer trap, any, like, chest trap, anything that is, like, most certainly going to have something of importance or value in it, it's rigged. Like, this dude is hella paranoid, and you can tell just from not only the layout of his furniture, but how almost anything that is a container that is not, like, for liquid purposes, like a chest or a drawer or a closet or a cupboard, it's rigged. Like, talk about over-prepared. Now, if you follow me here, he pretty much, like, gestures towards a hallway. Once you one at a time, like, follow, it's just a straight hallway that leads downstairs. No door, more of a, like, a trap door that's always propped open. Downstairs, it's pretty decently lit from, you're not sure what, possibly candlelight, possibly fireplace, but there's a good amount of hay and straw down there from just on the landing.
Cool. So Crow will take second in line,
So,
and his hand actively sort of cupping the butt end of the grip of his sword.
okay. So, as you approach and follow him, you go down, and yeah, he's not joking when he says something's off with this griffin. Right out of the gate, you notice two things. One, this thing is twice as large as your everyday griffin that you've encountered. Two, instead of the body of a lion like it normally has, is the body of a wolf, with the back half as the eagle and the front half as a wolf. And it's still got the head of an eagle, like it typically does. Its wings are twice the wingspan. So it's got eagle head from neck to about hind legs is wolf. So its front legs are wolf, paws and all. The back legs are eagle with the eagle tail, and its wings are twice as long. Also a white wolf. This be the little piece of shit that tried to take off with my stuff. And yes, it's taxidermied. You don't want to know what it cost me, but probably my best treasure yet. Piece of shit.
Yeah.
Can this guy see me?
He has not acknowledged you so far, so you assume no.
I'd like to do an active investigation
On.
on the taxidermy corpse.
Okay.
specifically trying to find me something along the lines of like a weak spot or something like that.
Okay.
So that'll be a 21.
Anyone? So looking over the taxidermy, that's kind of like just positioned like it's sitting, like a dog. The front chest looks to be more muscle than anything. So anything from the front is probably a no-go. The underbelly, which is normally some of these creatures' weak points, also a no-go. Mostly due to the fact that its underbelly is a lot wider than usual. The back half, where it's part eagle, the feathering and the bones to make the tail is very thin, so there's a chance if you can get rid of the tail, it'll throw them off, but you're not confident until you actually try it. Obviously, the wings are always a weak point. To brute force beat this thing to death, you're not sure until you get your hands on it, because this is definitely a mutant of some kind, if not an evolution. Or just another crossbreed.
Well, you're right. I've certainly never seen anything like this. Well, fascinating.
I think it's annoying. You know, there's a shit ton of them, and they're constantly stealing my livestock, destroying my crops, and apparently Jenkins' farm.
I see.
Alright.
Then again, that crazy old man has never really grown much outside of just beans, so I don't trust a damn thing he says. Excuse me. So much phlegm is coming up from doing this voice.
You're good. Cool. Another perception to see if there are traps down here.
This is probably the least trapped area. Mostly because the only thing you could really see that's down here is a bunch of wide open crates that are either empty or full of feed, or just outright straw. Like barrels of straw.
About what time of night do they usually come by?
Once the lick of daylight's gone. But then again, that's probably when they start hunting. They don't get here for once the moon fully set out.
All right. Well, I see. He's doing all that while still actively looking over the taxidermic corpse.
Looks over to Victoria and Luna. You two fine ladies are quite a quiet type. Not an input, or is this just you work for this guy?
With more so, but he's more knowledgeable on this one.
He's your tracker.
Is his attention away from me at the moment?
Very much so.
New
Cool.
member
I'm
of
gonna draw the sword
new
and
team.
go to stab him.
What?
Yes.
Can I react to shoot him with not the orc, a crow with my gun? Or to the very least, draw my gun, or my guns on Crow.
I guess both of you make me a sleight of hand check.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to stop Crow from attacking this guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, why attack him? He's helping us.
Yes, I see. Very cool. Very good.
Mine's an 18.
Yes. A 7 totally beats 18, right? Call it Cthulhu rules, cock rules. We love cock here.
So, as he turns around, you draw your blade, and so like the exposed part that would be like where your back muscle is on the lower right side, your blade goes right in. Fucking scaly scum! He just drops and he's just pissing blood everywhere.
Can I
wretched beast.
So,
Can I shoot Crow now? Can I try and shoot Crow now?
Make an attempt.
Make an attempt. So just roll to hit since
Yeah,
I've
just roll it.
drawn my guns, but was too slow.
Yeah,
15 plus. Guns is Dex mod, right?
correct.
So Tetra's going to run over to this guy, even though he can't perceive her. She's going to quaff what little health potions she has.
Crow's
Does
gonna yell, "Stay back!"
Does an 18 hit Crow?
Yes.
Since this isn't proper combat, can I elect to shoot Crow in the shoulder joint, roughly in the shoulder joint area?
I was
Where
gonna put the bullet there anyway.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know. So I want to do lethal but non-lethal, if that makes sense. I want to deal damage, but
You're
I want
shooting to wound.
Yes.
Huh. Well, that was interesting.
Hey, Knife Ears, can you heal him? You're a healer, right?
I can. She like doesn't know what to do. She's like, there's so much going on, but she'll rush over to him and
As Crow's actively twisting the blade.
Oh, you're like on top of him and pinning him down?
Yes.
Okay.
That's 2 points of damage for that shot, by the way.
Yeah, so it'll go.
Wait, I'm
cool.
proficient with my guns, right?
Yes, but that'll only go to your attack modifier, not your damage.
Okay.
So the
I forgot to add that to my attack anyways.
So the ball bearing will go through the light armor and kind of like penetrate in the skin, like right where your shoulder socket would be. But it's enough where you could like dig your finger in and pull it out. But it hurts. It's a bitch.
Cool. Right now, my only focus is on killing this fucking orc.
Why?
Oh, I already know.
I guess he's racist against orcs, which means he's gonna get mollywopped when we enter Grimbar territory.
So, Tetra's like, no, don't kill him. We need him.
Tetra, help me with Crow.
All right, fine.
Crow will actively go to kick Tetra away whenever she gets in range.
Pyro, since I have the... Let me check to make sure I have the correct feat before I say I do.
Can I roll to just touch him with the arm?
Mr. Pyro, since I have the gunner feat and do not need to reload my gun because it ignores the loading action or ignores the loading property, can I just like quickly for the sake of argument, since technically I still reload it, I just automatically do it as how I've always thought of how gunner works. You just reload instinctively.
Yeah, so you just so as Tetra is trying to rush Crow, you're taking this opportunity while his attention's off of you to reload.
So she's not trying to rush him. She's just gonna grab him with her arm.
Grab him with the tentacle arm.
That's what she's doing.
Good.
And what is the roll for that?
First you're gonna have to make me a grapple check, which is a strength-based strength check.
Because she doesn't want to hurt him. She really doesn't. That's why she's doing non-lethal.
So when Kana's done with what Tetra's doing, I'll be reloaded, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is straight up a 19.
Okay. And then
And that's up
I'm getting,
against my
reflex check, which would be the equivalent to like a dex save.
Oh no, I'm sorry. 24 on the deck save.
So, Kana, as Tetra goes to, like, corkscrew, kind of like curly fry, coil her tendrils to, like, wrap around his leg, he's going to grab the orc's shoulder and roll with it, and just pretty much use him as a meat shield to get away from you.
So I ended up grabbing the orc.
And he'll yell, "Back off!"
No, you actually grabbed air.
And she's like, I'm sorry. She's like, I don't want to have to do this. Please don't make me do this.
Let me know when I can roll to hit again.
You can try.
Please don't. She's like, please
try.
don't make me do this.
So that my proficiency mod is just my my pro bow, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does a dirty
Either beat
21
16.
hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Your evasion is 16.
I'm using the D&D Beyond, so AC equals out to 16.
Okay, that's your armor level. What's your you're wearing light armor?
Yeah.
All right. So what is your agility modifier?
+5.
+5. Okay. So they need to hit a 15 to hit you. They need to hit a 16 to do full damage to you. If they hit a 15 exactly, you take your armor level minus 10, and that's how much damage you reduce.
I just hit a dirty 21. So
That'll do.
well, that's with my mods, which is a pro bow of 2 and a dex of 3. So that is plus the 16 on the dice. That is an 8 on the dice to hit.
8 on the dice to hit.
My flintlock show as a 1d8, I believe. Let me double check that.
The damage is an 8.
Yes, the damage I'm dealing is an 8.
Okay, because you see the number on the die to hit is an 8. I'm just like, you rolled an 8 to hit? Holy shit.
No. I rolled a dirty 21 to hit, Pyro.
And then 8 to damage.
Yes.
Alright, so this one, it'll catch you in the back of the calf as your mid-roll there, Crow. Can someone please explain to me what in the bloody hell we're doing? Besides acting like we're in the middle of a fucking buffoonery theater act?
I'm pretty sure his ass is racist against orcs. Because as far as I can tell, this fine gentleman has done nothing but attempt to be helpful to us. And I, as someone with a large portion of my family being orcs, why'd I kind of slip into Jack's voice there?
Because insert number of ancestry's descendants.
I have too many Southern devils.
So,
to keep track of voices of, and they kind of have started to blend together.
We need to start making use of Northerners.
yeah.
No.
So,
I
story.
have elected to try and save this man, but the one thing I have, god damn it, I am trying to save the man who is helping us, but it's kind of difficult when my main weapons require either a lot of space or for me to be able to get within a closer range. So I'm left with my weapons I prefer to use on people. I prefer to just get them down and out rather quickly.
Story.
Yes?
An infernal.
Yeah?
You would defend a kinslayer?
The hell is a kinslayer?
Wait, how the hell do you not understand me?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I straight up said that in infernal.
Yeah, Victoria responds in common.
And then realizes, wait, I can understand you?
No, to Victoria, infernal is like a second nature. She knows infernal. In fact, I'm pretty sure she's spoken infernal already in the campaign.
Right, but what I'm making a joke of is that the dragonkin is speaking your language.
So,
Victoria is a pirate. She's not caught off guard by that. She knows people who speak all kinds of weird languages.
So, real quick.
She doesn't know what the hell a kinslayer is. You forget she was also in a cult for like 2 years.
so
Real quick, let me get a total count of hit points.
Of who?
Everyone.
Victoria, let me get that for you.
Current health pool.
I'm pretty sure that Bro's the only one who took damage here.
Victoria's 41.
41. Tetra?
she's 32, but I have to deduct some. I forget how much I have to deduct.
Okay. And then Crow.
31.
30. So, Luna, out of sheer panic, is going to cast Sleep.
I take it everyone's put to sleep.
No, that's not how the spell works. So, she rolled exactly 31. What I do is I roll 5d8, and in an order I choose, starting with the lowest, so people I choose within a certain range, but she would probably just exclusively hit and take him. Creatures within a point of 20 feet you choose within range are affected in ascending order of their current hit points, ignoring unconscious creatures. Lowest hit points is immediately put to sleep and is deemed unconscious, and deducting their health pool from the results that you rolled from the 5d8, moving on to the next creature with the next lowest hit points. So Crow would take literally the full blunt of it and just...
Damn.
So from Tetra and Victoria's perspective, just he makes his comment in Infernal. You reply to him, and then he just... You look around, and you just see a Luna with her hands held out like she just cast a spell, shaking.
Thank you. Now let's tend to the man helping us wounds, and then decide, do we take this man to the town's guard, or do we just put him out here and just drag him off into the woods?
So
I feel like we're gonna need to have a conversation because we can't exactly abandon him.
Right now,
So take him to the town guard?
Well, if we take him to the town guard for attempted murder, they would take him, and unfortunately, we kind of need him.
Well,
Oh, so you're
can
telling
you
me it wasn't a successful murder?
He's bleeding out.
so
Also, Miss Luna, is it? You're dressed kind of like a healer type. Could you maybe help this gentleman here?
Tetra's going to use what little healing techniques she does know.
Which is
Can I try and put a tourniquet on this guy, or try and bandage up his wound with some kind of cloth?
make me a medicine check.
So what
Medicine
I'm
check.
going to do is I'm going to take some of the seaweed that
That's a 6 on the dice. Let me get you the the remaining.
All right, let me put it
So-
this way. Do you have a +6 in medicine?
Absolutely the fuck not.
Yeah,
I have a +3.
You
So,
do the equivalent of you put Nicole in like paper towel on cut.
So Tetra's gonna like take some of the seaweed that grows naturally on her. It's like this is going to hurt like hell, but it's going to like seal the wound and stop the bleeding. Just trust me.
Hey, Nisha, do you know anything about healing?
Absolutely not. Not my forte by any means.
Yeah, damn it. Do you think you can talk your lover girl there into helping us out?
Tetra, make me a medicine check.
All right. So let me just pull up my stats here. $22.
Okay. So you put the seaweed like across. So you first retract the sword. And you put
Very important step Victoria missed.
you put the seaweed in and you start tucking it in the wounds like you're trying to fill it and stuff it. And Nisha starts talking to Luna. Obviously in Elvish. And her hands are shaking. She's shook the ever-living fuck up. And she very hesitantly and shook up begins to mutter a second incantation, placing one hand on the cloth that you tried to apply, Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
And it will stop the bleeding, but it won't do much for healing. So she'll make a medicine check of her own to try and bandage it up with what cloth is laying around.
And Tetra starts talking to her patrons like, it's like, if you can heal him, please. I know it's not in your nature to help people, but he tried to save her.
him.
What did he say?
What's in it for me?
Like, how do you feel about a bit of a griffin snack?
Not interested.
What?
Not interested.
Like, there must be an offering of which I can give you.
He wants me to go against.
Perhaps equivalent exchange is in order.
Go.
If he is to be healed, he must first give up something in return.
Victoria is kind of looking at the half that she can hear of the conversation, like, what the fuck are you on about?
If we take away his pain, if we take away his injuries, we have to leave it. We have to give us something back in return. So I'm thinking, pass on the Innsmouth affliction. What?
I think you said, are you sure?
Long story short, he'll be able to breathe underwater. He might be a little fishy, but he will be alive.
You magically see a blank piece of paper just manifest in front of you, and he just very quickly said, sign the paper.
Like, now, if I give him this, if he becomes one of the deep ones,
What the hell?
My decision is already made up. You said you wanted transference.
she's like,
Ninja, are you seeing this shit?
and she's like,
You requested and you made your offer.
like, well,
Sign the paper.
like, he will live.
Oh, he
He
lives.
just might. But the affliction is permanent. And she so Tetra uses her staff, and so Tetra uses her staff to sign it, and she's like, the deed is done.
So the very second you lift the staff off the paper, your staff's eye that is naturally there glows a bright red and beams onto his wound, healing it and removing any afflictions. And you suddenly feel a surge of pain flow into you. You look down, you have his exact injuries, and you fall unconscious.
Alright, I'm gonna do two things. Nisha, take this. Victoria hands Nisha her chain whip. Use it to wrap Mr. Dumbass here up.
He's gonna raise his eyebrow and just flick his wrist and wrap him up in his own chain.
Well, smartass, I was thinking this way your weapon's not tied up, because I can't really use this in close quarters without my ass hitting every last one of us.
You forget
Except
I have
likely
two of them.
myself. I don't know how you fight. We've only known each other for what, about... How long have our characters known each other for?
About 3 weeks. Close to a month.
About a month now. We've only known each other for about a month now. Wait a minute, about a month?
That train ride was quite the time. Plus the ship time to get over here through the air travel. Plus the time that has passed just from sleeping.
Plus that time we went to go to the Grimbards, which I think was about a 3 or 4 day two-day excursion.
Plus the time you were there, plus getting back.
And going. So okay, so no, that checks out. It didn't feel like it for some reason.
I had to make a guess.
What?
Tetra signed away exchange. He takes his pain and instead he lives. This is sadistic? Sadist? I don't know.
Sadistic, I think.
Or is it a masochist?
Actually, that, I think. Sadistic is whatever did it to her. Masochistic is what happened to her agreeing for this. Now, if you excuse me, Victoria produces her little key, and this time instead of the normally grand double doors, it's a much more ornate singular door. There is a crest on this door that Nisha may recognize. You know why, Pyro.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go talk to the man who is the only member of my family who seems to have any respect for me left, and see if we can't get our friend healed, since your wife here is busy trying to deal with all this with
Wife?
you. I'll be back in a second. Victoria's thinking fast. She puts the key in. Also, any of the characters who have seen the key before, notice that is not the normal key for this ability. That is a slightly different version of it. Though they can see hanging off the same magical key ring the normal key, but they've not seen this one before. She puts it in, turns the door, and drags Tetra in with her to the alchemist mansion to go get help from the alchemist himself.
So Luna will start tending to Tetra's wounds as much as she is unconscious.
Victoria took Tetra with her to get help from the alchemist.
Okay.
Sorry.
So she'll be tending to the orc's what little bit is left of him before becoming conscious.
So, you do notice something that has been marked onto the orc.
There's
and
no
that
mark.
is
No, I thought he gained gills in addition to everything he normally had, right?
So I'm gonna just be a little transparent with you. Tetra got.
Tetra got fucked.
Tetra got manipulated and mentally abused into pretty much like, you want him healed, I want something. Like, okay, you want transference? Okay, I'm gonna wordplay this into his pain is transferred onto you. I'm going to make you suffer. You kept putting on these assumptions, and he just ignoring his decision was made. That's why he's like, sign the paper, sign the paper, sign the paper. Tetra got.
Damn. What a dick.
As does most demons and elders.
Then you have our resident devil, who's kind of just a general ass.
So what's going on?
Can I leave Tetra with the alchemist for healing her severe wounds, so we can do that and then get her back in like a little bit, or?
Yeah,
Is it pretty?
We could say about like 2 hours past that way. So where are we relocating Nisha, Luna, and a hunk shoeing crow?
I imagine into this man's living room is where they go up to. And then about 2 hours, Victoria steps out. This is the most polite and courteous anyone's seen her, as the alchemist helps her bring out presumably a still unconscious but very much more healed Tetra.
As you walk out, you see Crow awake and conscious, very much not pleased that he is tied up via chain to a Nisha. Luna kind of just like huddled in a chair with a very angry orc with a shotgun aimed at him again. Well, you're the one who had this brilliant idea, so I'll let you do all the talking. I have this one, not shooting him, so that's a plus.
Alright. The alchemist kind of just looks for a place to set down Tetra, sets her down.
Insert the nope face here.
You can't tell because the alchemist actually wears his scarf and goggles covering his face.
Yeah, you can't see his face, but his body language says it.
Yes,
It's
he's got the nope body look. He sets her down, just as like, not my monkeys, not my circus.
And just and it's like, I'm gonna put on a stupid voice in just for the sake of the amusement. Just,
Well, sunny days.
I mean, probably accurate to what he'd say to try and not disarm anybody, but he actually has a deeper voice. For future reference, if we do something with him again.
well, sunny days.
Better. Crow, first off, what the fuck did Crow say earlier? A kin what?
Kinslayer.
Crow, what the fuck is a kinslayer? The fuck is Uncle Gray bursts through the wall and just smashes Crow into the last thing Crow sees before he dies is an 8-foot orc dressed in red and black samurai armor.
Left 4 Dead 2 Charger charging.
No, more like the tank when it charges at you, like in the short distance.
Alright, so where exactly are we?
So you are seated on a pretty much like one of those recliner lazy boy couches, but like medieval, with a chain very vividly wrapped around your torso and arms to pretty much restrain you from
Hey, so I was
Nisia.
playing Tower Unite.
Yep. You see your weapons very visibly set next to Luna. Pretty much anything that is not like bare essentials like clothes.
Dying with the Kinslayer. Pathetic.
I don't know what you're talking about, no damn kinslayer. But I'm gonna slay you and your kin if you try some bullshit like that again there, kid.
Okay, Crow, I got one question. Did an orc hurt your family at some point?
Who hurt you?
Pretty much.
Ask him. Ask
Do
that
you know
servant
him?
of
Whatever this kid's on, I want him to share, because what are you on about? I serve my wife, that's about it. Don't answer.
Alright.
Don't
Luna?
play with me.
Don't you play with me, kid. All I am is a damn farmer for this little piece of shit town. It's the only damn town I can actually get a decent wage in, and some land to my own.
Luna, would you kindly go into the kitchen until needed? Or just another room, please? Tetra, Heineken, if y'all don't like seeing gratuitous violence, as they call it, would you do the same, please?
Tetra is unconscious, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I imagine Tetra wakes up shortly after the alchemist puts her down. She's probably confused and dazed. Not the effect dazed, but just, you know what I mean, Pyro. Just having a moment. Because, Victoria's first reaction upon seeing her injuries was take her to a divine entity? A deity of some sorts? Yeah, a deity. A minor deity.
Minor.
Get all the quaff. Sean's not here, I'm sad. I genuinely hope, though, his ceiling didn't collapse.
So, Tetra just kind of is trying to hold herself up with her staff. And she's like, I know what he tried to do was wrong, and I don't know his reasons for doing it. But regardless of his prejudice, whatever he may have thought, he is still an ally. And
That is of questionable stance. And once
I
that becomes of questionable stance,
do
in
not.
my line of work, it is preferable to extract whatever information is needed by means necessary, prosthetics later, and
Just don't kill him.
that's not the plan. Now, Lucas and or Heineken, if Tetra needs help out, would you help? Tetra? I'm pretty sure you're not gonna want to be here for this. Would you go join Luna in the other room?
And she's like, she can the orc perceive her?
No.
Don't worry. The voices in my head get a little argumentative sometimes.
She's like,
Kid,
But
listen.
Victoria's gonna pull out her dagger.
This one can't see you. Why? You bother.
Victoria's walking up to Crow. Mighty fine toes you got there.
Might as well do it.
Shame if. And Victoria's gonna stab at his small toe on his right foot first in an attempt to sever it.
oh dear Lord.
Speak, and you'll keep the other. How many toes does he have?
Dragonborn have 6
I'm about to say,
total.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to sever the far right toe on the right foot.
think Yoda feet.
Cool.
We don't see Yoda's
you're
feet
gonna
in
go
the movie.
ahead and you're gonna take well, let me get the exact wording here.
Do we not have him muzzled via the chains enough that he can't do a breath weapon?
He's only got so much chain to work with.
Again, why Victoria handed him her chain whip earlier. Because how long are Nizo's chains?
Equal.
Well, if you want me to talk, then
that's the one thing is like it's equal to his movement for one, and two, if he's muzzled, he won't speak.
Fair enough.
alright,
Sorry.
so
I'm guessing it's a line because you're metallic.
it's a 15-foot cone.
Oh my god! Everyone has to fucking duck.
Don't I have evasion already?
I don't know.
So-
I don't think so. Maybe.
Everyone needs to make a dex save.
Well, Tetra's left the room by now, so
Yeah. So it's only the orc who got a nat 20. That's surprising. Nisha who got fuck me. What is his? Okay, what's his fucking agility? Not horrible. Oh, he has advantage on it because okay. So let's roll that.
Okay, I don't have evasion yet, but just a deck save.
Yeah.
So
That is one of my 2 saving throws. So, that is a hold on with mods. That is a hold on, brain not braining. 16. That's a 16. 11 plus 3 plus 2.
Nisha got a 22.
Cool. So 14 or above.
I got above a 14.
Pretty much everyone did.
Cool. That's going to be 3 points lightning damage.
Okay. So
Because I rolled a 6 on damage.
after the the orc gets hit with it, he's gonna look down to his gun.
Feel free to shoot him.
It'd be lovely if I could. Throws the shotgun aside. Normally with a gun of this variant, the minute it hit the ground, it would go off. It just clanks.
Do I know that? Do I know magic guns very well?
It's not a magic gun; it's a pipe gun.
Do I know pipe guns very well?
It's the equivalent of taking a shotgun slug, needle, hammer, hitting it. Only you have an actual barrel.
I see.
Like, look at the image I sent you.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm asking character-wise. I, as a player, have a rough understanding. I now have a better rough understanding. But do I, as a character, because I've only ever used my flintlocks?
You understand the basics that you could probably figure it out.
Okay. I understand enough that if I were to examine it, but just looking at it now, I'm like, ooh, that's weird.
Yeah, the electrics pretty much just made what all live round that he had in there undone.
I'm surprised they didn't fire it off.
Not gunpowder, but, you know.
Ah.
So,
All
yeah,
right.
he tosses the pipe aside and just, it clanks.
Let's try this again.
Try to be more civil this time so he doesn't try that again, please. I enjoy having naturally balanced polarity.
Look, there ain't nothing wrong with getting your polarity a little unbalanced. Just ask. Struck 5 times. Wait, what the fuck? I don't know. I can't remember his nickname, but one of our guys on a ship in the crow's nest, his dumb ass refused to come down there in a storm on like 20 separate occasions. On like 5 of those occasions, he got struck by lightning. Somehow survived all of them. Can't understand him for shit anymore, but you know, other than that, he seems to be pretty alright. Minus the hook hands and the peg legs.
Come on now.
And also,
If you're gonna
I'm
actually do
confused.
something, do it.
Oh, don't you worry. Victoria's gonna draw her rapier this time. So,
Make it lethal.
well, it will be if the right questions are answered. Is his head restrained in such a way to where he can't turn it?
No, he can move his head freely. So pretty much, it's like your movie stereotypical, where like your whole chest and your biceps are like tied to the back of it, and then your arms are tied to like the armrests.
Okay. Well, I am going to press the tip of my rapier up against his eye.
Ow! No! Ow! Oh my god!
Exactly. Now, you're gonna answer this time. Has this man hurt you? Or if it was just some orc?
You'd like to know.
Yeah.
Dragonkin, there, friend. If you value what little bit of your life you have left, I would assume you would like to answer. Like, as much as we all appreciate your resources you provide, some of us would like to actually make use of them.
Do I need to drive my point a little further?
Please don't.
Well, that's not up to you. That's up to him.
Listen,
So,
I know you think you're scary, but you're really not.
can I make an intimidation check, Pyro?
PvP wise, it wouldn't work.
PvP what? No. Hold on, I'm doing a little bit. It's okay, +5 in intimidation. We'll get to do it one day. Can I press the tip of my rapier, not so that it pokes his eye out, but so instead of just being pointed at his eye, it is now resting just below his eye and he can feel the point of it?
His eyes will start watering and his body will naturally flinch. So
But can I do it?
I mean, you could. You can do just about damn near anything within reason.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask one more time. Has he hurt you, or was it just some orc?
And he's just gonna give the look to Crow. Just answer the question so we can all go home. Kind of look.
One, two, two, 1 and 1/64th.
Why am I just
1 and 1/32nd.
I just, for whatever reason, have the scene with Hector from Breaking Bad where he's just spamming the bell before he blows up.
Jesus Christ. 1 and 1/16th. Or no, wait. Yeah, because I'm
No, that's
going down
correct.
to 1. 1 and 1/8. 1 and 1/4. 1 and 1/2. Wait
And
a
at
minute.
that moment, Crow presses his eye into the tip of your rapier.
Oh, well, thank you kindly. And Victoria's gonna
Like I
walk around
said.
behind him and just put the rapier up against the other eye.
Like I said, you think you're scary, but you're not, kid.
I don't have to be scared. All I have to be is effective.
I don't know if you've, I don't know if you've realized, but I'm pretty sure he's just testing your patience at this point.
And at this point, he'll just end up as goat feed if he keeps going. So let's, and then with a real quick flick of her wrist, through the gaps in the chain, Victoria is just gonna quickly, with some quick flicking motions of her arm and wrist, stab several holes into into Crow. She's gonna put about 5 into his chest. 1 definitely in an area that would puncture a lung or some kind of organ.
Cool, attack rolls.
What?
Attack rolls.
Make your attack rolls.
Wait a minute, he's restrained, right?
Yes, but you're going for specific spots.
I'm just going for the chest. Really. So what, is that?
You said you were aiming for specific spots, one that would puncture a lung. So
I was more
technically
generally I was more
that would-
generally stating that one of them would likely hit that, since I'm just doing click. It doesn't necessarily actually have to.
so you're not calling the shot?
No, not in actuality. I was just for
General
an
area.
idea for an idea of what my effective goal is for Pyro so he can describe what's happening as the DM. I was feeding Pyro an idea of what I would think is attempting to be done here rather than the actual.
So Nisha's just gonna stand up and kind of just push Victoria aside, pull up a chair, and sit in it backwards. Alright, there. This idiot behind me that once had a weapon and clearly doesn't. The one that you stabbed on the back. Elaborate. You said something about a kinslayer. Obviously, no one here understands what that is. Tragic backstory time, please. Look, I'm not trying to intimidate you or torture you or whatnot. I'm just trying to get this over and done with and, save what little bit of blood you have left in you. Because, quite frankly, you seem useful for what tracking and all of that you do and do. You're good at what you do and we could use it. You've got your quirks. Obviously, we need a little bit more open communication as to what those are. So, things like this don't happen often, if at all. So, kindly elaborate as to why you are that.
Why you are what?
Points to the orc and just that. They're referring to like when you were hella aggressive.
Oh, okay. I literally just didn't hear the final word. So.
No, you're good.
Already said it. Servant of Grunch.
Servant of who?
Oh, don't play dumb with me.
Alright, listen here, you. My memory is as far as a month ago. I don't know who
Most of us also don't know the Pantheon.
My memory serves as much as a month ago. I don't know who I am, where I am. I'm literally using this here book as a guide to figure out who the hell I was. I know as much as I read, which is why you see me constantly in a library of some sorts, if not buried my nose in a book. So educate. Who?
Don't know, do you?
I truly don't. That's kind of why I'm asking. If I knew, I would be going a different direction in this conversation.
Ugh. Can't believe I'm gonna have to explain.
If you have to, so that we have an understanding as to why you are aggressive as you are, please. Because the more we understand, the more we can try to work with you, so that you can work with us. Figuratively and literally. I'm trying to be the voice of reason, so you don't have to deal with that one.
I'll tell you about Kinslayer's god. One eye, never sleeps. Leader of the raids. Don't march.
Okay.
God of his kind.
Okay. So this Grunch, you claim to be an orc god and a leader of some sorts of raiding and destruction? What does that have to do with you? There are things that not all of us like. But not all of us go out of our way to kill everything that we don't like. I don't like Luna bashing me over the head with a book every other moment. But I love her with all my heart. Tell her that I kill you. Looks at Victoria.
Victoria is cleaning her rapier.
A rapier.
No, my fucking brain turned off.
You did what? Okay, Mr. Rapier, show us on the doll. Wait, this wouldn't work. Show us on this other rapier.
Right?
Show us on this other rapier. No, that rapier's just gonna get raped. Victoria had saved her rapier from that.
Christ, we're gonna get banned.
Pyro,
It's alright, this is only being recorded.
Yeah,
That
but
part
it
can
goes
be
live.
edited out.
just hit us with the censor
It can be
bars.
edited out.
I was gonna say, just bleep us for like a solid minute.
So, I don't like Luna beating me over the head every other moment, but you don't see me trying to put a stop to it. So, what has this god done to you? To anger you so much that you will go to that measure. Pointing to the orc again.
Servant of Groom should know exactly what it is.
Son, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was today years old when I learned of this name and who he was.
I'm gonna pull an insight on this motherfucker.
Go for it.
That's gonna be a 19.
You've never seen a man tell more truth than this man, which also shocks you. That an orc doesn't know an orc god.
Boy, is there egg on your
Yes.
face.
Is there? What the fuck? What? Huh?
So I got a question for you real quick, Crow. You ever hear of the Grimbot?
What?
The Grimbot family. My extended family. A whole
You're part
big
of
ass...
them.
Kinda, sorta. Not really anymore. Most of them hate my guts now, but that's besides the point.
What was your name again?
Vivian Starlight. just to casually shit.
Deception check.
Joke's on you, I have a +7. 17? Wait. I have an expertise. My charisma is a 3, and I have a +2, right? That's the correct number for my modifier for an expertise. A 7.
So your expertise. So you have a 13 in charisma that'll give you
Yep.
a +1.
Nope. I have a 3 in charisma. My
Okay, a
bonus to
+3.
charisma is a 3.
Okay, so yeah, so your proficiency, you just double.
Is a 2. Okay, so I do have a 7 in charisma then, or in deception. That is a 17 with mod. I rolled a 10 on the die.
The orc is just gonna raise an eyebrow. You've got one hell of a gay name for a tiefling.
I mean,
I feel sad.
did he just say gay name?
He said that's one hell of a gay name for a tiefling. I'm sad for your parents.
I mean, we're all pretty fucking gay, so it checks out.
Yeah, it does. And slowly
but
turns back to the crow.
And anyway, they're a whole clan of orc who all they know is to do good because our umpteen times great common ancestor.
Damn, you're old.
I'm 22. We've got like, okay, so 8 or so generations back for me, like 20 some odd for them, is my my great my 5 times great grandpa's grandma would have been cousins with that man who just brought her. Or no, they would have been half sisters
Family wreath
with the
aside,
man.
kid, where are you from?
I'm from the north.
Not
I'm from
you.
the Grim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yo, Pyro. So, I actually have a legit question for you.
I do.
Does Grooms even exist in this world?
No. I have my own pantheon. That is why he's a little perplexed. But we could always play into the fact that, dragon can have their own interpretation of certain things, just like, Nordic and all that.
Basically, my
Greek
point
versus
was,
Roman versus Nordic, you get it. Like, so, kid, where are you even from?
from that round, no parts nobody
I
knows.
can't believe. What's in?
If you're talking, it's
Kinda.
not coming through.
Just under his breath, he's going, can't be. If not, then what was it?
Elaborate. As of right now, you are in the clear, so no one's trying to kill you or hunt you. Upset, maybe, but from what I see, the man you just tried to kill is trying to be reasonable with you. Not many come kindly to that, at least in my studies.
I
And
know if you
experiences.
you tried this in
And
my
you
family home,
truly
you'd be
don't.
deader than a doornail.
You
Deader
truly
than a doornail.
don't know the name Grumsh.
No.
I can count the names of gods I know on one hand. The
No
god
one's
of
asking you,
justice.
kid.
Victoria just says the god of justice and just flips off a crow. I'm contributing to the conversation.
But
Bro looks at you perplexed.
Grooms does not ring a bell. You say he's an orc god, but no god that I know of, especially as my own blood, if he's even of my blood. God, that's hurting my throat. Holy fuck.
Surely you've heard of the Nuntir Vale.
The what now?
Not you, Victoria.
The girl raised in orcish culture, well, a orcish culture. But the long and the short of what I was trying to say earlier is my extended kin worship the god of justice for the most part.
You have no kin. You are the kin. Your extended ancestors.
No, they're alive.
Right, but ancestors as in people before you. Kin refers to people under you. Things that have come out of your fucking vagina.
No, kin refers to family. Kin means kind.
Cultural differences. Agree to disagree. Anyway, what are you referring to there, Crowy?
What did he call me?
Crowy.
Crowy. I mean, that's
Crowy?
technically how your name is spelled.
First of all, if you're going to use a name, say it right. It's Crow.
Alright, Crow.
Secondly, and then to your veil. Ring any bells?
The untier
Don't march.
veil. The untier veil.
Nentir.
Spell that out.
Nentir.
Right. This is new even to me. Hold on.
It's literally clearly 4E Forgotten Realms.
Oh, no wonder I don't fuck with 4E whatsoever.
I was gonna say I don't think any of us here believe in 4E. That's a myth made up by Waka to scare children.
Waka.
What
That tier veil is also in 5E as well. So
What do you want in life, though, man? Yeah.
So anyway. Untier veil.
Sword Coast.
Sword Coast. The
What
closest
are
thing.
you on about?
The closest thing that we have remotely to that, at least in this town, well, not even town, but this continent, is the West Coast. And they call that the daggered side because, the coast is sharp like a daggered's blade. But either way, where are you from where you're hearing all this?
Fucking Schizoville.
A beer Terrell. Name of the planet.
No.
What?
You mean to tell me you're from outer space?
No.
Because where you're sitting on right now is Zetithia, my boy.
Crow, are you... Share. Did we search all his stuff?
I personally did
Oh.
nothing of the sort, I just removed it.
Where's his stuff at? I'm finding his stash.
Well, it was sitting over there on the couch by Luna before she escorted. Yep, it's still over there.
Victoria's gonna go start looking
I'm not
through.
gonna lie, I thought Victoria was gonna say, like, genuine question, are you autistic?
Oh, that's great.
I
Cool.
mean, that wasn't out of the question, but it wasn't where
The
my
question.
thoughts were going.
Cool. So in my pack, you'll find multiple professionally made maps of a beer Terrell, anywhere from Baldur's Gate to the Sword Coast to the Nentir Vale, the Stone March Mountains. The smaller the area, the more detailed the map.
The only map that you would recognize just from looking these over would be Baldur's Gate, and that is only because you have visited there before. And yes, Baldur's Gate does exist in my world, it's just a different version of it.
So the map would even match up.
Yes. Well, it would, but it wouldn't. A lot of the names would be like, wait a minute, this isn't a Publix, this should be a Hannaford. Wait a minute, that's not the town hall. That's the city hall.
None of these are the rat street names. This street doesn't even exist.
This street should
That-
Main Street should be First Street, and First Street should be Second Street, and Second Street should be Third Street, and Third Street should be the other Third Street that's over here on Second Street. This is First Main Street, and the first Main Street that you've got here should be just Main Street. Shut up.
This alleyway is where Batman's parents got shot.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, I was actually
Right,
there for that.
Right over here is where Man-Bat shot his parents.
Oh, that was me.
You wait, what now? You... we
Christ.
suddenly find out this guy's an off-brand superhero. whose origin story somehow involves him shooting his own parents.
That's great.
How to turn a serious conversation into a full fucking meme.
Something we seem to excel at.
Cool. So I guarantee those are completely accurate.
We're not doubting it, we're just questioning it. Because,
This
according to Victoria, the only map that's actually remotely accurate is the Baldur's Gate map. The others we've never heard of.
To be fair,
I've read about Baldur's Gate in a book, but mostly there's this idiot named Astarion or something like that in it. I don't know.
Who?
Some vampire twink. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you've read that book.
No, I've unfortunately had to read worse books.
How much worse did you get
Anyways,
with
we're
that?
not gonna talk about the 5 hours of my life I can't get back from that.
It took you 5 hours to read a book. I wish I had that talent.
It's not a very big book. It's like Victoria holds her fingers like less than half an inch apart, about that thick, all kind of double space, I think is the correct term. And
My wife keeps trying to say I'm the same way.
larger print. I don't get why that book doesn't just use, well, no, I do because they'd have to make it a tiny little thing if they made it the actual
Why don't you
size
just
it
become
should
a
be.
librarian at this point?
That's the only book I have burned into my head like that because it was so God's awful. But no, this is,
But either way, what'd you find in their packs?
well, without being a professional navigator, most of these maps kind of look like bullshit or weird semi-right versions of actual maps. This one's the only one that's the only map I know well enough offhand to tell you this is almost right, but genuinely, street names are wrong, businesses are wrong, some locations are switched around, and there's a few extra alleys or a few streets here and there that don't really exist.
And that
But
building isn't supposed to be green.
Why is that building green? It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. Okay, it bothers me a lot. And how do all these squares make a circle? I can tell you this one he has for the Sword Coast is... It's like the Daggered Coast, but wrong. I don't have to see a map of the Daggered Coast to tell you that this is like it, but something's off. As someone who's been in a pirate ship up and down that coast enough times, it's... Something's wrong with this one. I can't tell you what, though, without a Daggered Coast map here. But everything here is but isn't real, if that makes sense.
Also, inside the pack, you would see a book by the wizard Elminster. And you would also see Volos' guide.
Who the fuck is this? Is this supposed to be the wizard Saint Elmo? And is this the wizard Rolo? Is this supposed to be Rolo's guide? Fucking Just getting lazy with the names. The St. Elmo's one probably makes more sense to me as a Hoosier. There's a restaurant here called St. Elmo's.
Nice.
I just thought that'd be funny since what you said sounded like Elmo's to me. Or Elmo.
That's funny. Elminster sounds like Elmo.
Well, I'm also tired.
Yeah, same. All right.
So, what are we doing?
Apparently wondering if this man is from another dimension.
Alright. So I got a question for you guys. Or, well, more specifically for you, Nisha. Nisha,
Mhm.
do we think that this man is on something, got hit in the head with something, and potentially has some weird old maps? And I'm talking like Baldur's Gate, probably more than you don't look too much older than me, so probably more than a rough not collective as in additive collective, but collective as in I'm pretty sure we're all the same general age, more or less. Lifetimes.
Well,
And then,
I believe this will have to be a very well encased investigation as we go along with our own journey. Or, well, to put it simply, I believe he's onto something, as in, well, he very much is very truthful for what he says, because why else would you be so inclined to commit mass murder and praise it? Why? There is such a thing. If you're lied to enough, you will tend to believe it, but at the same time, there's something just hurts behind his motives. It's almost as if he's driven to do something. Now, where the source may be, in judging by his wares, either someone has been lying to him very, very well, or I've read in a book once of, well, planar travel. It's possible he's from another plane. Because there have been stories of planeswalkers before.
aren't those just fairy tales? Hell, well, Victoria thinks about the fact that she just went into a demi-plane controlled by a divine lich.
Planar travel.
Well,
I haven't heard of that ever
Isn't that
since
very
Liliana
difficult?
came marching through the Stone March. Huh.
Isn't that like damn near impossible?
damn near. Maybe. But damn near is not impossible.
Yeah, but I thought only like gods could do it, and this man's clearly not a god because we stopped him.
Well, gods very much could, or at least it's foretold. But then again, planar travel is one of the key foundations to the underworld of war in my readings. How else would an armada of 50,000 soldiers just waltz right into the underworld to try and save what left of humanity there is?
Okay, fair.
And Tetra, oh, she's in the other room. Well, didn't Tetra mention something along the lines of being from another plane herself? Something called the Emerald Void.
Okay, I think we're talking about two different planes. I'm talking about like when you travel from outside, like we got all our planes that exist in the same greater plane, so to speak. But I think he's from a different greater plane, right? If that makes sense.
That could be
'Cause-
possible as well.
Because I've
there's
seen
no
plenty of portals to hell opened and closed.
right, and that
Those
would be
aren't
labeled.
hard.
Those would be labeled as planar travel on its own, but in your words, greater planar travel. Or
Yeah.
Well, if it ripped into our world, and none of us, as in anyone from here, is powerful enough to do it, that means something on his side must have opened it.
Or, again, like what I was talking about, only gods or equivalent creatures would be strong enough. Because
To
do
open
we
it,
have?
yes, which means, as I was mentioning, something or someone was powerful enough to rip it open, and he was collateral.
Well, maybe that Grinch motherfucker from his world, his greater plane, somehow opened a portal while he was getting ready to go spot him.
Oh, great!
And
Oh
then
my god,
through.
you tried to pronounce grunch, and I'm like Grinch. I'm like, what the fuck is he making a goddamn Grinch joke? Like someone evil? Just nope.
No.
he just straight
I-
mispronounced grumsh to Grinch.
I
Yeah.
didn't
The
think we'd
grunge who
be
stole
going. I
Kriblis.
didn't think we'd be going for this song, so I took the. I took some melatonin to help with sleeping,
No, you're good.
so
The
I am
grunge,
now losing my mind. So please
lose what you never had.
excuse
the grunge who stole Kriblis.
Yes.
the wrench who stole Crimbass.
Bet. But yeah. Bro will sort of cough to get attention on him. You really want to know?
Yeah.
Can't promise it's a short story. But I'll tell you.
In the beginning, God made the light in the heavens.
So
Let,
I'm not actually
let there
gonna.
be light. What a dumb quote.
So I'm not actually gonna role play it out. I'll give you guys the same basic deal that Pyro already knows.
Right.
So over on Toril, the actual planet from the where Sword Coast is, all that. The name just slipped my mind.
Faerun.
Faerun, yes. Basically, there's a mountain peak called the Stone March Mountain. On these mountains is a clan of orcs called the Bloodspear who serve Grumsh, and about once every century go rolling down from the mountain, causing chaos all the way into the Nentir Vale and everywhere they can spread until they're eventually stopped. Well, Bro is the leader of his clan, and he also lived in Stone March Mountains, a few layers lower than the Bloodspear clan, and they had been warring for however long it would be for that clan to have like 20 generations on the mountaintop.
Mm-hmm.
And so the time came where it was about 5 years before the usual raid would normally start, but the raid started early. And so they were caught off guard. Most of his clan were slain in front of him. He explains about his son and daughter trying to let them escape, and he was fighting off. Basically, her name is Queen Russia.
Queen
And
Russia?
with an M before it, but yes, well, Russia. This is all
Soviet anthem starts playing.
right. But yeah, so while fighting her off, she ends up casting spell. Next thing he knows, he's found on a coast, just a beach coast, and traveled for a few days and found himself in city. And he's only been here in Zetithia for about a month, not really knowing where it's at. And his whole goal is to find his way home. He thought he was still on Toril, just opposite side of the planet or something like that, or got transported somewhere.
And now he's just realizing just where he is now. Not
While it
how.
answers one question, it opens up a fuck ton of others.
Now, all that aside, most of the orcs I've ever known are rather friendly people once you get to know them, but for the most part, they like to keep to themselves and to their kind, or to anyone else who's friendly to them. I suppose, like most folk do. Neither you've only. I don't
even
think
start.
we've encountered many more. Or, I guess we can get Luna and Tetra and them back in here. And
If I untie you, there better be peace. But I'm killing you both.
why am I dying?
Because you'd be the one who killed him.
No, you could kill him before I could.
I have no interest.
You're quicker than me.
Well, that might be true. Months.
But you're gonna not kill him if he kills an innocent man.
I didn't know how to react, to be quite honest. But you all seem to have the situation handled, so I didn't step in. I know my place.
To be fair, earlier I was trying to stop him. However, if he does it again, I think we'd be justified in the killing, which would not warrant unjustly killing me. This man, well, yes, he did point a weapon at us. To be fair to him, we did come onto his property without talking to him because we were misinformed.
At this point, I don't care. I just want this to be over with. Just get it over with before the wife shows up. Otherwise, him stabbing
Yep.
is the least of your worries.
So,
You're a
sounds
I'd never agree with one of your kind.
Alright, you need to stop that.
It'll take some getting used to. He's clearly got some issues from back home that he's not having to deal with here, so as they say, good habits break hard. Well, it's not exactly a good habit. You get the idea. He flicks his wrist and like the change just vanished, like they were never even there to begin with. You feel your weight drop as you settle into the chair, and he starts going the wrong direction to where he thinks Luna is.
Hey, Ninja, other way.
He walks the other way that you point. I knew that.
I don't think you did.
Either way, feel it's about time that get on our way.
Probably. Can we call the session here? I'm
Yeah, I'm
feeling
about to say.
Yeah, same.
Next week?
okay. Yep.
Next week.
Hopefully a
Hold
shovel.
up. I gotta wait 10 seconds and then we get exactly 4 hours on the recording. 3, 2, 1.